Would you call the roll?
I will. Tim Hale, are you on the phone? Stephanie Nowers, are you on the phone?
Here.
Thank you. Dee McKee, are you on the phone? Robert Yunt.
Here.
Moki Tu.
Here.
Dimitri Fonoff.
Or here.
Ron Bernier.
Here.
You do have a quorum, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, then the agenda is approved as presented. If you'll all stand, Bill, please. And Bill, will you lead us in the pledge? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have reached audience participation. This is your opportunity to speak to the assembly on any subject. So I'll open audience participation. Is there anyone wishing to address the assembly? Do we have anybody online, sir? We do not. So I'll close audience participation, and I'm going to turn the presentation over to the Borough Manager, Mike Brown. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologize for my voice. It's not going to sound the greatest, but it's what I got tonight. So we're going to roll with what we have. And as you can tell with the audience, I mean, nothing brings out the public like a good old-fashioned budget presentation. So we'll make the most of it. But we'll try to move through this pretty quickly. But really, this is an intent to engage with the Assembly to talk about what's in the proposed budget, why we did what we did, and allow you to ask individual questions of directors as they come up and talk a little bit about what they intend to accomplish, what they have accomplished with their budgets, and kind of what it does. So we're going to walk through this. It's a great opportunity to inform the public because obviously a 500 or 600 page budget document is not a lot of fun to read. But we will try to hit some highlights and talk about what's really most important and highlight a few things as we go through the presentations tonight. So to begin, I just kind of want to highlight on the calendar, this is a multi-month effort. We happen to be at the point where we introduce this publicly. The ordinance itself, that is the budget, will be introduced for public hearing at next week's regular meeting. So that's when you'll actually see a document that becomes public and actually gets put out there on the website. So Cheyenne Heindel and her team have done a great job of pulling that together, and it will be formally introduced. Obviously, we have 3 budget hearings on the 25th, the 27th, and May 4th. Those are already published and out there, and then we'll move into deliberations, 3 back-to-back meetings where you will have the opportunity to make amendments and whatnot around what you would like to see the budget look like. So historical area-wide mill rates, we always kind of start out with this just to kind of show you from an area-wide perspective where we've been and what's in the proposed. So kind of just bottom line up front. What's in the proposed budget is an 8.8 area-wide mill rate. That is a slight reduction. I don't think it's necessarily the reduction the Assembly will be looking for, and I'll talk about that when I get towards the end of the presentation, but I wanted to at least show you what those numbers are. We've been trending downward now for the past, well, including this year, 4 consecutive years. Now, I also included the value of a mill. Sometimes that question comes up as we see values increase. And frankly, a good portion of the reason that it's a 1.1% reduction is because the local education contribution currently is at 10.1% increase over what was funded this past year. So what this budget does, it's great to talk about cost and inflation and all those relevant things that are out there. But what I really want to talk about is what we intend to accomplish and what we're trying to resource and get done here over the next year. So we have seen this budget hopes to create some offset to the increase in assessed values. Right now, your average appraised value of a single family residential home is 9.8% higher than it was last year. So that's the immediate thing, because that's a very important part of the calculation as to how much you'll be paying in taxes. So that's the number as a talking point, so you all understand what that number stands at today and what your average taxpayer is going to see in terms of an increase in assessed value. We do want to develop some opportunities to improve services and create some efficiencies. I'll talk about some specific examples of that as we go through the presentation. I would submit that we need to shore up the employer contribution to healthcare. So the employer contribution to healthcare hasn't changed for the borough in the past 10 years. It's been held flat at just over $23,000 an employee. It's time to make that change. We arguably could have and maybe should have done this last year or this current year, but we kind of pushed that off because we were swinging for the fences trying to fund TIP 21, to fund some very important capital needs. So we pushed that off and deferred that for a year. Now's the time to take that on and start aligning that with something that's more sustainable over time. As far as sustaining borough operations, I could rephrase that and say sustain borough services. This budget does not propose any service reductions to the community. And then lastly, this idea of adjusting for an unrealized investment loss. I'm going to allow our finance expert in the room, Ms. Heindel, to speak to that when she gets up towards the tail end of this presentation. And she'll kind of talk about why that's important and what that means. I just want to emphasize the word unrealized. These were not actual losses, but it is something that we have to account for in our books. And Cheyenne will talk a little bit about why that's important. So as far as fiscal year 24 goals, sticking to the 3 focus areas that are in the Assembly's strategic plan, I'm going to highlight just a few. You won't see any requests to increase the LID balance or the LID appropriation. Right now, we stand at about $770,000 balance in that account. So we have the capacity to continue to fund and self-finance these local improvement districts. So we're going to continue to work through that until there's a need whereby we would bring an appropriation back to the Assembly. But with that current balance, we don't see a need for an additional appropriation at this time. I'm going to invite, after this presentation, or right behind me is going to be Dave Griffin, our Port Operations Manager. He's going to come up and give you an update on Port McKenzie, talk a little bit about business and infrastructure development that's specific. We try to have a touch point with the Assembly at least once a quarter on Port McKenzie, so we keep you abreast of what's going on there. So Dave's going to come up and talk a little bit more about what that looks like. Obviously, we're making preparations for the 2024 Arctic Winter Games. We did create, in this proposed budget, in fund balance, about $500,000 that we left there intentionally as a contingency. So if something comes up over the next year that the Assembly feels they need to intervene with and support, there would be some capacity to do that. If it's not needed, that money would remain with the borough and we could choose to use it in a future year. But I do think it would be prudent to have something set aside as a contingency since we are the primary sponsor for that event moving forward. But I didn't think, and I've shared this with the host society, that it would make sense to do that in an appropriation. I'd like to see them go out and continue to fundraise. But I do think it would be prudent to have a contingency in place. As far as high quality services, I'm going to dive into the e-commerce, website improvements, and talk a little bit about the financial management system when I get to the capital budget. I think those are some important things, and I'll try to describe for you why and provide a little bit more detail around that here in just a moment. As far as Mat-Su Central School, we got through Houston High School construction. We have funding set up in a project account, and you just approved last week the action memorandum for the design, 95% design for Mat-Su Central School. Hope to break ground on that later this year, and we'll get that school off to construction. And it's kind of one of those things you almost in this community could start to take that for granted. But I think you would be hard pressed to find a single community in the state of Alaska that's built a new school in the past decade. This will be our 8th new school in the past 10 years. 6 of them were done back in the 2011 bond that voters approved. They were done there in a short span of time between, say, 2014 through 2015, 2016 timeframe. And then with Houston High rebuild and now Mat-Su Central School, that's remarkable. And I think it's easily lost on folks when you don't understand that. But like when you went to that ribbon cutting, that just doesn't happen very often. And we've experienced that several times in the past decade. So I think that speaks well for the Mat-Su and continued investment in school facilities. As far as managing growth, you got a great update on TIP 21 by our public works staff back during the Joint Assembly and Planning Commission meeting, so I won't spend a lot of time talking about that. Same is true for the Metropolitan Planning Organization. the MS4 stormwater and transit. So there's going to be a lot of discussion on that with the Assembly over the next several months. So we'll talk a little bit more about that when I get to planning section of the presentation tonight. We did talk about community cleanup opportunities and the idea of an appropriation. What we discussed on that Saturday has been included in the proposed budget. And then lastly, obviously we want to keep a focus on the Palmer Joint Fire and EMS Station. We are waiting on a U.S. Department of Treasury determination on state funding that they put towards that project. So that's slowed things down a bit, but we won't consider that an obstacle just yet. So that's a kind of a highlight of some of the goals that hopefully this budget will help to resource and make sure that we're able to accomplish these things. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of revenues and expenditures. Key revenue assumptions for this budget include the taxable assessed value increase of 10.2%. So I talked about your average residential appraised value. What that correlates to in terms of taxable assessed value is that 10.2%. And that pretty much aligns with what the local education contribution that was proposed to the school district, that's where that number comes from. And then lastly, we are assuming that the state will come through with their portion, their 70% of school bond debt reimbursement, and that will be fully funded. So we are allowing for that state reimbursement in the proposed budget. In the past, that wasn't a great assumption to make. I think we're in fairly good shape with making that assumption this year. As far as key expenditures, wages and salaries are going to move according to the Employment Cost Index. So that's a 4.7% increase for this year, along with the regular salary schedule movement. I talked a little bit about the employer healthcare budget increase. That equates to 13%. Like I said, that number has not moved in 10 years. Like I said, we probably should have moved that a little bit earlier, but we were trying to accomplish other priorities last year, so we deferred that. And then the local education contribution, I've talked about it multiple times. I'm probably going to sound like I'm beating a dead horse here, but that's a 10% increase. I'll give you a quick overview of the capital budget here in a minute, and I already mentioned the unrealized investment losses that Ms. Heindel will speak to in a moment. As far as staffing increases go, what you see there is one list. Each of the department directors will talk about their individual request, but I like to show it in one spot so you don't feel like we're trying to piecemeal this, and we can show you what it looks like as an overall snapshot. Really, you have 4 area-wide positions there. That's the top 4 that are listed there. You have 1 position that's split 50-50 between area-wide and RSA, 1 vet assistant, which is non-area-wide because that's in the animal shelter. And then you have 7 positions related to fire service areas, predominantly in Central Mat-Su, and Ken Barkley will talk you through those when he gets to his portion. One highlight I did want to make about those 4 area-wide positions is we're getting them at about 50% of the cost because what we're trying to do there, and this is one of those topics around creating efficiencies. Right now, those 4 positions, we have a number of on-calls, which are part-timers, if you will, part-time employees. That's getting more and more difficult, especially with specialized skills, to retain those folks. So what this does is it cashes in those on-call wages and then converts it to a full-time equivalent. That's what the request is. So I don't want you to think it's the equivalent of 4 full-time positions. It is positionally, but from a budgetary perspective, we're doing that for about half the cost because we're cashing in those on-call wages. Again, I think that's a more sustainable solution for where we're going. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the initiatives that we have that having those positions would help to support. So as far as local education funding, I just updated the slide that we provided to you during the Joint Assembly School Board meeting a couple of weeks ago. What I dropped in there were the Borough side of those. We didn't disclose those or share those that evening, so I wanted to make sure that this chart was updated to show you. Basically, that is the gray, yellow, and blue bar that are on the top of the FY 2024 proposed line that shows you how that is. So it's pretty consistent with what we shared with you. The education spending, when you include the local education contribution and education debt service, adds up to about 78% of the overall area-wide mill rate. I think that evening I suggested that it might be 77%. But when we ran the numbers after we roll out our proposed budget, it actually comes in at 78%. As far as staffing comparison, I think this just provides some context. What I like is per capita, so you get some measure about how you're trending over time. Because obviously the number of staff that we have, full-time staff that we have in the borough has grown. It does grow, but obviously our population has grown as well. So what you see in that black line is that per capita measurement that shows the number of residents per employee. So as you can see, we're holding around somewhere around 280 residents for every one employee that we have in the borough. And when you look at the right side of that chart and compare that to other municipalities in Alaska, I'm not suggesting to you that those other municipalities are doing it right or wrong. I'm just showing you where we fall in terms of a per capita measurement as it relates to full-time staff compared to the number of residents in those different municipalities. So my point being, even with these increases in staff, it's pretty consistent or fairly flat in terms of a per capita allocation. Oh, sorry, backing up.
Deputy Mayor,
That's
go ahead.
okay. I just wanted to confirm, we would be at 282 if we do create those new full-time positions that we talked about previously on the previous 2 pages ago?
Correct. Those new staff positions that were indicated on the previous slide are included in these numbers.
Okay,
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and that's why we like to update this each year so you can kind of see how does that compare to previous years and how are we trending over time. All right, as far as area-wide debt outlook, I wanted to share this. We don't normally put this slide up, but as I kind of lean into the capital budget, I want to share like what we're trending. As you see here in 2024 and even into 2025, we're trending in a very good direction in terms of our debt, the debt payments that we have before us. Now they're on a stacked bar, so you can see education versus transportation versus parks and recreation. Obviously, the lion's share of it is education, of course. But what you see is it really does trend downward. And by 2037, you essentially, if you took on no new debt between now and then, would be debt-free. I'm not suggesting that that's going to happen or whatnot. What I wanted to show you is that that debt service outlay over the next 3-4 years really does start to fall off, which could free up some capacity to forward fund capital as opposed to it all being rolled up into debt service. So I just wanted to provide that context for you, and so you have that chart for reference, so you would kind of see what our debt service looks like on an annual basis. As far as area-wide fund reserves and the capital budget, I like this chart because it kind of gives you a look back in time at how we're doing in terms of maintaining our reserves. As you can see, for the past 5 years, that top red line, it's pretty flat. We're somewhere around $28-29 million in reserves. That's a good thing for us. I think it creates good fiscal stability. It sets us up well when we do want to sell bonds or do things like that. And I think that's a good story for us. And you can see that we've been very consistent over the past several years. As far as the capital budget, you do see large swings. Like I talked about last year, we really went hard after it because we were trying to forward fund a large transportation initiative as opposed to going out and selling bonds. So that's why you see such a large spike there. As you can see this year, what's in the proposed budget is significantly less. And Cheyenne will talk a little bit about that under the unrealized losses, but that does have an impact on how much capital we have ability to go out and spend. So I think what you're really seeing is you're seeing a bit of a reduction in the capital and more of an emphasis or prioritizing operating budget this year. And we kind of knew that was going to happen last year. We knew we needed to go hard after the capital budget because we knew that could lead to a match with the state legislative grant, and that would be very prudent for us to do that. This year, we're putting more of an emphasis on the operating budget, which I talked about around shoring up healthcare and stuff like that as examples. As far as area-wide, non-area-wide capital budget items, I want to be clear, I'm not covering the service areas here intentionally. It's just too much. The capital budget that will be in the ordinance will have all of that detail. But I do think it's helpful to highlight a couple of these capital asks, and then I'm going to dive into at least one of them pretty specifically. So the financial system upgrade is sticker shock, probably at $2 million. And I will talk a little bit more about that in detail here in just a few minutes. But I really attribute this to being strategic and making sure that we have the systems to support the government activities that we need moving forward. These software platforms and systems that we buy into don't have they don't live into eternity. They have a shelf life. And I think what you're seeing here is there's some opportunity to consolidate And we also have to do some modernizing to make sure that we're on platforms that are sustainable over the next 5 to 10 years. And I'll talk some more about specifically what's included in that ask here in just a minute. Fish passage still continues to be a priority. That's a match that we like to have there for the Fish and Wildlife Service. And I kind of wanted to highlight ambulance refurbishment because, well, I'll just say it this way. When we're funding some of these capital needs, it puts pressure on the area-wide mill rate, right? Because you're trying to fund it right now. And I'm going to use an example from our sister municipality in Anchorage. When I went back and looked, they had like 6 voter propositions for debt, for taking on bonding, right? One of those initiatives was actually for emergency medical services and was for ambulance refurbishment. So what we're proposing here in the capital budget, that we fund that now, where we take, and I give a lot of credit to DES and Ken Barkley, they've come up with a program where we refurb 2 every year, and it creates a nice, steady, flat budgeting tool. And you buy it as you need it. You don't accumulate it and then go out, buy debt, and then spread it over 20 years. So this idea of, you can look at 2 municipalities and 2 different approaches to solve the same problem. We're choosing to put it into our capital budget and deal with it. Their choice was to put it before voters and take on a debt, sell bonds for it, and then pay that back over 20 years. We're talking about refurbishing an existing capital asset, which happens to be a vehicle, and we all know that that doesn't have a long shelf life. So I think this, I'm trying to use this as an illustration so you understand. This puts pressure on the budget, but this makes sense from a long-term strategy, that we would take this approach and not allow that stuff to accumulate, throw up our hands, come to the assembly and say, let's put it before the voters. We need to go buy some debt and spread it out over 20 years. And I read it, when you read the ballot proposition and somebody says it's going to be 96 cents a year, sure, that sounds like a good idea. I mean, 96 cents a year doesn't sound like a bad deal, but that's what's happening. And so we have a sustainable program in place whereby we bring these appropriations to you each year, or these budgets to you each year, that allows us to program that over time and do it in a way that I would argue is much more fiscally responsible. And I'll stop there before I get in trouble. So moving on, I'm not going to read through all of these. I just wanted to show you some highlights of some of the larger capital items. I just kind of looked at the things that were around 100,000 or more and what we're provisioning for. The other one I did want to talk about on the non-area wide side is the animal shelter deferred maintenance. So one of the benefits is we just made our last debt payment on the animal shelter. So we're debt free on that facility. This approach says, let's continue to make those investments to address these deferred maintenance items so that we don't put ourselves into a position where we would need to take on more debt to do what I would argue is kind of renewal replacement type stuff. So that's what that $500,000 does. We do that and still are able to reduce the non-area wide mill rate. So I think that is reasonable. Like there's some balance there between let's make sure we bring that mill rate down and keep it responsible, but at the same time, let's make sure we continue to invest in that facility and make sure it's there operating properly for years to come. So now I'll give you a quick overview of the proposed mill levies. So the majority of the mill rates are adjusted downward. Those are the ones highlighted in green. The ones that we kept steady, well, let me say it this way. We didn't raise any of the mill rates for the most part. We looked at the rural road service areas and the rural fire service areas and recognized that there's just not a lot of capacity and the value doesn't change in those communities necessarily in the way that it changes within the core area. So out of the gate, we recommended that we keep those flat mill rates, but for the most part, we reduced a number of mill rates, some of them pretty significantly. So we went back, we evaluated how much revenue is being generated, how much is budgeted to be expensed, and how much of a fund balance do each of those service areas have. The far right column shows you the percent change in revenues. So you can see how much more revenue will a specific service area generate over where it has been in the past. And then we also looked at, for like some of the fire service areas, like is there a large capital outlay that's programmed over the next couple of years that you would want to build capacity for? I guess I'm not done talking about Anchorage, but one of the other propositions they had was to buy rescue engines and fire apparatus. We are also not proposing that approach. So what you see here is where we build up some fund balance where it allows you to then go out and buy an engine or go out and buy a piece of a fire apparatus for a specific service area. So this should help you quickly evaluate what those projected changes in revenue should be based on what we've proposed for the FY 2024 mill rates. So you can see that across the board. As I mentioned, it's real easy to glean into the green ones, and you can see what specifically those reductions will look like. As far as tax impact, this was a slide we started, I think, last year for the first time. But what it really intends to do is kind of show you what your average taxpayer would realize. So we're basing this on your average residential value, which is around $320,000. If this proposed budget were passed with no changes today, it would result in a $314 increase in taxes on average for your average residential taxpayer. Now that's just area-wide, non-area-wide. That doesn't include your service areas. And again, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here. I'm just saying we're passing a 10% increase in education along. That's largely what's driving this. And then when you look at the percentage of total property value that's tax exempt, we're up to about 19.8%, nearly 20%. Last year, we were at about 17.6%. So that's kind of something just to keep an eye on as we look at tax exemptions and what those percentages are overall. And then lastly, and I'm going to talk, and then we're going to start to transition to department presentations. I want to talk about this idea, and I'm going to suggest an offset. What I would argue here, we're going to throw this slide up here and talk about, right now we're at about an 8.9, or 8.901 to be exact. What this proposed budget is it proposes an area-wide mill rate of 8.8. So 8.8 shows you the area-wide taxes per 100,000 in value, shows you what the local education contribution would be and the percentage increase of that over this current year, and then the percent increase in spending. Now, I did exclude capital and debt service because those numbers change each year, and the capital, as you saw last year at 26 million, is remarkably different than this year at 8 million. So it kind of has a tendency to skew your numbers if you're not careful. So I removed those, and essentially what that would do is, if we were to stay with the proposed budget as is, it would result in an 8% increase in spending over the current fiscal year. Now, if you were to walk that down to an 8.6 or an 8.5 mill rate, you could be down in the neighborhood of 4.9 to 5.9% increase in funding. And then I'm not going to beat around the bush. What that proposes is a reduction in local education contribution, right? So essentially what we're saying here is the borough's taken its offset. That's the 0.1 mill rate reduction. That's about a quarter of the budget. If the school district's about 3/4 of the budget, if you were to go down to an 8.5, that would be their fair share. That's what this slide essentially says. Now, whether or not we can get there or if there's any appetite for that, this is one way to look at it. What's really challenging for me, trying to put these budgets together every year with our finance team and the directors, is to try to think that we're going to solve this much of an offset when the values go up as high as they have, and that's all going to be absorbed by borough operations. It's just unsustainable. It's that simple. And that was essentially the argument I made at the Joint Assembly School Board meeting. This shows you numbers and gives you some idea of how it would pan out if you were to look at that on a scale between 8.5 and 8.9. So with that said, that's my last slide. I know I ended on a super high note there before I transition to department presentations, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of build on the recent meeting that we had, the joint meeting with the school board. Really the only way to get to an 8.5 is if they participate. So I got an idea I want to throw out there. Everyone can chew on. We can go back to them and get some comments and stuff. Just an idea. It's kind of building off what Ole and I were talking about that night, and then asked you some questions, and then our attorney shook his head yes, but we own the buildings. We own the buildings, and they make all the rules and everything inside of it, and that's how it should be. But right now we have a very, very fiscally conservative school board. I think they're awesome. I hope that never changes, but it could. And one concern that I have is they're starting to, and I don't blame them, they're very financially conservative and they're planning for the future, but they're starting to set aside money to plan for repairs, major repairs and things, and deferred maintenance as time goes by. I really feel like that should be the responsibility, our responsibility. And I will tell you this, they could continue down that road and every year sock away some money. And then in 5, 8, 10, 15 years, you get a school board that realizes, well, we don't own these buildings anyways. We could take 100% of this money out and put it elsewhere. If an amendment comes forward from myself or anybody else to reduce their money that they get this year, I think we should let them backfill it with the money they have in that account because they've got some money in there. So if we take some from them, say, go ahead and backfill that into your budget this year out of that, we'll take on the responsibility in the future for these repairs. And so I want to propose this. Right now, we have $15 million in an account set aside for reserves for school bond debt reimbursement. That's a good thing. There was a time when the state wasn't participating because they were broke. So we got to plan ahead and be responsible in and we've done that. If we do reduce theirs a little bit, let's try to help them find a way to backfill it. You know, they got a couple million in their budget this year for technology advance, stuff like that also. And then what we could do is maybe change that account, not change it, but it would be for school bond debt reimbursement in the future and capital improvements, deferred maintenance type stuff. And we could continue to add to it each year. So that we don't put them in a tough spot this year, but we take that off their shoulders. So I would like to ask you to please talk to Katie and the superintendent about that, propose that idea to them and see how they feel about us taking over those major repairs. Because again, like I said, their school board right now is amazing. That could change someday. And someday if they got 5, 8, 10, $15 million in an account and they say, well, we could spend it over here and we'll just tell the borough to fix the roof. It could happen, right? So I think now would be the time to address it. We could use the money to help get the mill rate down this year because I do think a 10% increase to our taxpayers is a tough thing to stomach right now. And I believe they would agree with that. I mean, they were very sympathetic that night to the situation. The school board understands we're in a tough spot. 3/4 of the money goes to them. We only get a quarter to play with. It's actually less. We get 23%. They get 77, I think. So it's just an idea. I want to throw it out there on the record. Ask you to please talk to their superintendent and their finance director about it. They can talk to their school board about it, and then we'll go from there. And then if there is any amendments this year, I would like to see them as soon as possible. So it's not at the last minute like somebody's might have been last year. So I apologize again for that. It was pretty last minute. I didn't mean for that. So just some ideas, talk to the superintendent and Katie and go from there. Thanks.
We can do that. And my guess is they're probably watching. Any other questions before I move on? All right, I'm going to keep it rolling then. So we're going to go into the department presentations. I'm going to cover administration and IT. Administration essentially is administration, which is the office I work in, human resources and purchasing. Essentially, no new staff there. It's a status quo budget for the most part. It doesn't mean there aren't increases because of healthcare and employee cost, but we're not adding staff or programs. It's pretty much a status quo from where we are this year. I'm going to also cover IT since we have an acting director in that position right now. 2 of the area-wide staffing increases would fall in the IT department, one in the GIS section and one in the OIT section. So one that supports IT and one that supports our geospatial side of the house. And again, those are cash-ins of on-call positions. So again, you're essentially getting the value of 2 for 1 because we are cashing in those on-call wages from a budgetary perspective. So that's why you see the increase on that chart. I'm not going to go into all of the specific accomplishments. I really provide it more for the record than anything. I will talk just about a couple real quick. Obviously, we're relying on a lot of our tools and technology to communicate with the public. Some of that comes through e-commerce, some of it comes through our website, dashboards, emergency operations issues like natural disasters, things like that, problem reporter app, junk and trash, road issues, just a number of systems. The parcel viewer, my property, all of those things are enabled by staff that sit in this building and do that work behind the scenes. So it's very important for us because it creates opportunities for outreach and engagement. And we want to see that we can continue to sustain that. And I'll talk a little bit more about specifics on that as we get into, well, why would we add positions in this particular cost center or this particular area? As far as 2024 major goals, and I'm going to dive into this now in detail. This is that $2 million line item I spoke of earlier when we talk about the financial management system, or also CAMA, which is the computer assisted mass appraisal system. So that's really what drives our assessments and our ability to do assessments with the staff that we do. I kind of alluded to this when I talked about this idea of setting ourselves up for the future and being strategic with that. Is it's time to migrate systems. We also have to modernize our website software and make some e-commerce improvements. Some of the assembly that have been here for a while, which is the majority of you'll recall some of the conversations we've had in the past about e-commerce and improving that platform so it's more user-friendly and more engaging with the community. And I think those are all warranted and necessary improvements. So we'll talk a little bit more about how we're going to get there. So when you look into these major IT system upgrades, under the financial system, the first one is the utility building and community development modules. That's kind of phase one. We're already working on that. You can see what's listed under there in terms of what that supports. Phase two, the IAS world that's listed at the bottom left there, is subject to the $2 million in funding that I mentioned in the capital budget. That's what's going to allow us to move forward on property tax billing and collections, LIDs, foreclosures, and assessments. Obviously, very critical government operations. So I know it's a large pill to swallow, but we also look at doing these things when they're necessary and then setting ourselves up so that we're good well into the future in terms of, a 10 to 15 year outlook. As far as the e-commerce, we do need to work on that user experience. It's a much smaller ask. I think it was somewhere around 100 or 150,000. But we are going to migrate to a new system that provides us with the flexibility, with an improved user interface, and sets us up for the foreseeable future. I think that's because there's more and more opportunity with e-commerce for us to engage with community online in terms of payments than we're doing now. I know Mr. Sumner, when he was here on the assembly, one of the things he would always hit me up about is like, why can't you schedule payments for taxes? I'm like, oh, it's a good point. Because if you're on the commercial side, that would make life a lot easier. We just don't have a system that supports that. What we're talking about here as an example would allow us to do that. So they're not pie in the sky features or functionality. This is stuff you would kind of expect if you were going to go to Amazon or any other web-based commerce system. And this allows us to make that leap and get to that point where we can support what I would call fairly common features and functionality. I did wanted to provide this, and I think that kind of wraps it up. I'm giving Dave Griffin a heads up that he's in the on-deck circle now. But the GIS app metrics, I wanted to just share a couple of takeaways because I know like we had conversations around the problem reporter, public adoption. We are up to 40% of all requests are coming through that application now, which is up from 16% in FY22. So we are seeing growth in these areas, and I think they're good things when we look at the number of views of the problem reporter website or the amount of engagement and flooding on our dashboard for ready.matsu.gov.us, or the parcel viewer number of requests, or the number of buildings that have been generated. All of this stuff that's happening in these GIS platforms requires staff to manage those things. And we want to make sure that we maintain the capacity to do that and improve those engagements over time. So I just kind of wanted to give you a couple of metrics because some of those numbers are quite frankly pretty astonishing, but it's working out well for us. And I think it does help to create, like I talked about, service improvements and creating efficiencies. It does open up opportunities for us to continue to do that. So with that said, I am going to go back to my chair and turn it over to the department directors. They're going to walk through their individual presentations. They'll get into a little bit more detail about specific staff requests or specific departmental initiatives and accomplishments. And please feel free to engage, ask questions. This is exactly what this meeting is set up to do so that you can get the appropriate level of detail. With that said, I'm going to invite Dave Griffin, our Port Operations Manager.
Madam Mayor, Assembly
ahead, sir.
members. My name is David Griffin. I go by Dave. I'm the Port Operations Manager for Port McKenzie. And yeah, just wanted to give you guys an opportunity to ask some questions. We can talk about some of the projects that we've got going on, the accomplishments that we've made over the last year, some business development strategies that we're working on, infrastructure improvements, and some goals for the upcoming year. Probably one of the major accomplishments that we achieved was the completion of the FEMA-funded earthquake repairs from 2018.
You need to advance your slide as you go.
Yes. All right. And yeah, we had some impacts to the rock revetment on the barge dock and some impacts to the high mast lighting. So all that got fixed, which is good. One of the other projects that we're currently underway with is the pile sleeve project. And so what we're going to be doing is putting sleeves around the intertidal portion of the piles. And what that's going to do is basically extend the life of the deep draft dock. There's a little bit of pitting going on. So we're going to basically clean the piles, apply a coating, and then wrap them with the steel sleeves. We're waiting on one more permit for that. So as soon as we get that permit, we'll get the bid packet together, and then that'll hit the street. And hopefully we can start construction in 2024, maybe sooner, depending on who the contractor is. And that project is being funded through an EDA grant. We're also working on trying to get some money through the Maritime Administration with the U.S. Department of Transportation. There's $266 million in what they call the Port Infrastructure Development Program. As we have a small port, it's rural, we can ask for up to $11 million. And so we are currently working on getting that application completed. It's due at the end of this month. And so what we're looking for is a barge ramp that can facilitate roll-on, roll-off vessels. And so it'd basically be a ramp that's about 300 feet in length, 200 feet wide. It's got about a 7% grade. It would go out into the water, and then barge traffic could come, and we could actually haul barges up out of the water for inspection, repair, maintenance, storage, and vice versa. We can also launch boats. So that's something that we do not have at our port. And it's going to be a huge piece of what we think will help meet some of the regional needs for Upper Cook Inlet. We have a lot of barge traffic, and a lot of these barges will, when they need to come up out of the water, they're going to have to go to places like Homer, Seward, and those places can actually facilitate pulling the barges up out of the water. So we're going to try to tap into that. And so that's one of the main objectives with the Port Infrastructure Development Program grant. But we're also asking for a crane because we don't have a crane out there, and it's sort of a missing link. When barges pull up, oftentimes barges have cranes on them, but if they don't, they're having to bring one in. It's pretty expensive to mob one out there because of the distance, or they just aren't available for rent, or they're being used on other projects. So if we could get the roll-on, roll-off ramp, and a crawler crane, then we'll be in really good business. There's also another grant that we're planning to apply for, and that's the U.S. Marine Highway Program grant. And that's also nationwide. There's $12 million available for that. With that grant, we're looking at getting a 75-ton crane for the trestle and the deep draft dock. So that crane would be on wheels, where the 250-ton crane would be tracked. And as part of this effort, we have been working with Northern Economics, and they have been exploring a regional economic benefit of the port and its role that it plays in Upper Cook Inlet. And one of the things that we keep hearing is that our port's strategically located. So in the event there is ever a situation where there's a natural disaster or some sort of incident at the Port of Alaska in Anchorage, Port of Anchorage, or some of the bridges leading out here to the valley, our port's strategically located to possibly take that cargo and that freight. And so it's something that we've been talking to FEMA about. And so that's very helpful as well as we apply for these grants. And we have also been contacted by the Department of Defense, who is interested in maybe using Port McKenzie as a port for ammunition, explosive ordinances, and things like that. And those guys will be out on the 17th and 18th of this month to do an assessment. I kind of jumped ahead of myself a little bit. Sorry about that. Business development is something that we're really focused on. We are always open to taking folks out to the port, give them tours, show them around, let them know what a great asset this is. And I mean, we've got paved road all the way down to the gravel pad. We've got 3-phase power. We have a port district that's got approximately 10,000 acres of uplands that's zoned industrial and dedicated for port purposes. So really just trying to tell that story and paint that picture. And as a result, what we're seeing is a lot of interest with renewable energies, fuel storage, hydrogen in particular, ammonia, solar, like a solar farm, kind of like what we've got in Willow and Houston. But one of the things that we also have is there's just a lot of land out there at Point McKenzie. There's a lot of private land. There's a lot of developable land. And so yesterday, for instance, we met with a couple of folks one person was from Silicon Valley, the other person's an investment banker from England. And they are very interested in Point McKenzie for a kind of a green energy technological hub, so to speak. And they in particular would like to explore the area for putting in a solar panel fabrication facility. So there's all sorts of projects like that that are in the works. And then you also have obviously the West Assistant Access Road that would be coming, if it works out, it would probably be coming around, it would be connecting to Ayrshire and Point McKenzie, and all of that ore would be going out of our port. And so, yeah, just constant discussions with different folks about the potential and the possibility. And we let them know that we're open for business, that we have a very pro-development culture, and we want to see, some development out there. So, see what else. I hit up on the policy protection project, and I hit up on the roll-on roll-off ramp, and the crane. But we're also taking a little bit closer look at maybe trying to get rid of the conveyor, the wood chip conveyor out there. Obviously, the port was initially envisioned as a bulk commodity export port, specific to wood chips, but that conveyor hasn't ran since 2010. It's actually, I think this is its third home. It was originally in Portland, then it went to Homer. It might have even had a stopover in Valdez. So it's been around for a little while. It does have value. but it would take quite a bit of work to get it up and going again. We just don't have a resource out there to use it. So, and what we've heard from some folks is that the big A-frame structure that's out at the end of the on the deep draft dock is it's kind of in the way for other types of operations. So we have been getting cement ships in. We thought we might be getting one in next month, but the cost of cement's really high right now. So the company's just going to kind of wait and just take a close look at the market. They said the earliest it might come in would be July. But talked to them recently. I said maybe in the fall. So we just don't know. But each time one of those big ships come in, it's basically $100,000. And then we're also talking to some folks about bringing in some salt. So we'll see what happens with that. I'll keep you guys posted. And as far as our goals for the future, we do have a couple of applications for use of the Port District specific to doing some due diligence. So they're looking for land use authorization to get out on site, maybe do some geotech, take a closer look at how feasible it would be to put in a ammonia fuel storage facility, and then also the other company is interested in maybe using biomass to convert that into sustainable aviation fuel, which would then be marketed up and down the West Coast, including Anchorage and our airport. A lot of companies that are taking federal funds to operate have some caveats to where they have to reduce their carbon footprint. And so there's a lot of folks looking at alternative energies and ways that they can do that. So yeah, I think probably the big news for us as we move forward is going to be the pile sleeve project. It's the cost estimate right now is somewhere around $7 to $8 million. That's the engineer's estimate. So it'll be a pretty big project. It'll be kind of unique because a lot of the work will have to be done from a barge, and it's in water work. So it'll be a little tricky, but that'll be happening. And in the event that we were to, the other thing that we are working on, we actually, as part of that EDA grant, a portion of that money was allocated for design of the roll-on, roll-off ramp. And I just want to hit up on that. So we are actively working with an engineering firm on the design of that ramp. And yeah, there's an open invitation anytime you or someone you know would like to visit the port. Please let us know. We'd love to have you out there. All right. With that, if there are any questions.
Assembly person 2.
Microphone. Okay. Let's talk about the ramp. You said 7 degrees, and then you said that barges can be pulled up on it. Is that like a dry dock?
So these terms are a little bit fungible. So technically, if at high tide you brought a barge up onto the ramp and it went dry, tide goes out and it sits there, technically that's considered a dry berth or a dry dock. And we are designing it to where that could happen. In the event something was to go awry, the tugs are moving around, it's weird currents, and the barge had to remain on the ramp. It's going to be designed to where it would facilitate that. It'll have what they're calling a soft surface, which is really just gravel, versus like concrete. One of the concerns with concrete or some sort of like concrete or cement panels is that the freeze thaw might mess with that. Whereas the gravel, we could go in and maintain that. We have obviously got significant gravel material resources right there on site. And in the big scheme of things, it would be more manageable to maintain. But
Go ahead, sir.
I'm just trying to get a picture of what it would look like. I've had experience in dry docks and shipyards, and the ships come inside of this dry dock and you actually work on them. Mm-hmm. Is that when you say dry dock?
No, I'm sorry.
Pulling the ship up on
No,
there?
I know what you're talking about. Sorry, through the mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
I understand what you're describing there, and it's not like that. In those situations, you could bring a boat in and then have like a travel lift that goes out along the sides of the dock and actually have a sling. And so the boat could come in there and then you could lift it up and actually move it to work on it. This is more or less in the most basic terms. Picture, rock revetment that goes out onto the mud flats and hits the tide line. And then it's basically rock revetment that's just filled with material. It'll have a liner in it. They may have to do a little bit of excavation, maybe 6 feet or so of the mud, just to get the loose stuff off the top. But then they put a liner down, and then they would just backfill it with some sort of, specced out material.
Go ahead, sir.
So I think what you're describing is a boat launch.
Through the mayor?
Go ahead.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Go ahead,
and
sir.
we did so as part of our economic benefit analysis, we did reach out to a couple of the boat fabricators here in the valley, and they were extremely excited to know that the borough may actually have a boat launch for Upper Cook Inlet, because right now, like Cook Inlet Boat Works out in Meadow Lakes, they have to go test their boats out of Big Lake, or they got to take them out all the way into Whittier or Valdez. And they're like, man, if you guys had a boat ramp down here where I could launch boats, he's like, I would lease land from you and open up a boat yard and actually start working on the bigger boats, like the fishing boats and the barges and things like that. So one of the big differences, say, between us and Anchorage, I mean, there's a lot of differences. We're completely different, but they've got, they're business rich and land poor, and we're business poor and land rich. And so trying to figure out a creative way to attract businesses. And so this ramp would attract businesses. Cook Inlet Tug and Barge is excited about it. Alaska Maritime's excited about it. It just provides a lot of opportunity. So you could not only just have a barge that you pull up out of the water, but you could also have, the barges with the bow ramp or like a landing craft. And so they could just sit there and load and unload equipment, not have to worry about the tides. Because we do obviously have significant tides out there. There are challenges. So this ramp, I think, we'll see a lot of activity out there.
Yes, go ahead, sir. You have further question? Oh, okay.
If you don't mind, so about a year and a half ago, I was really, really close, and Teresa was a huge help, Miss Dolan, to sign in a long-term contract with one of the large suppliers in the state of Alaska. I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to jeopardize their relationship with the municipality right now, because we can't do business with them because we didn't have a railroad dock. That's basically what it boiled down to. It would give them our tide goes up and down so much, they would have such a small window of time to unload these barges as they came up. And there was going to be multiple per year. Plus they were going to lease a bunch of property from us, and we couldn't safely unload them because we didn't have this. It'll help us do a lot more business if we have it, for sure. There are other advantages that we have over Anchorage. There's a lot, they are business rich and land poor, but they also have times where they're just shut down due to dredging and all these other things that we don't have to deal with. So, but anyhow, having one of those railroads would be just huge. We could do so much more business out there. It'd be good. So.
Okay, further, yes, that's it. Assembly 2, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with what all Rob was going on there, but I was just trying, when he's saying a 7% grade and this, I was just trying to figure out what it was. Boy, a dry dock out there might be fantastic too, especially if Anchorage don't have one, right? We have a huge amount of land. Okay, so the other thing I'll touch on is the conveyor. My understanding is there's a salt contract coming out, and that contractor that bid it said that that's going to be critical that conveyor stays. Is that my understanding on that?
Through the mayor? The discussion that we've had with this contractor is that they would like to use the sections that are portable. We have 3 portable sections. 2 are 125 feet in length and one's 165 feet in length. So initially they were thinking about maybe just positioning those so that they could just unload. The salt's going to be bulk. It's not going to be in super sacks. So they would basically get the conveyor going and then run that from the ship along the trestle out into the gravel pad and have some sort of radial arm that builds the big mountain of salt. This company did recently get a crane, and they did mention that they may use that crane for something. I'm not too sure exactly what that would be, but they also talked about the portion of the conveyor that swoops up is figuring out maybe a way to cut that down. So you would actually leave the conveyor, refigure it, but then just have it laying down, horizontal, and then reversing the belt the way it moves, and then using that as well. But if they do in fact get the contract and they do in fact want to work out at Point McKenzie or Port McKenzie, then it would be roughly a 5-year contract, once a year. So, I mean, it's kind of exciting. I think obviously we want to generate revenue, cover operating costs, but I think activity brings more activity. And so just the sheer fact of having activity out there is exciting because it'll attract, I believe, more activity.
So I'd say hooray. That sounds great that we may have something going there for 5 years, and hooray that nobody took the conveyor away for free.
Go ahead, sir.
I don't know if I missed the roll-on, roll-off ramp design complete project, that one that you have on the 24 goals. Do you have just a range of what the numbers are like on the price-wise on that?
Through the mayor,
Go ahead.
I do not. Interestingly, a lot of the cost comes down to permitting. The design that we do have a 35% design in hand, and I'd be happy to get that to the manager. And the design that the engineer prefers is rock revetment, but there's also a sheet pile design, and that would cost quite a bit more money. We do have fill material on site. I mean, the rock would have to be imported, the sheet pile would have to be imported, and there's the cost, time and labor and fuel costs for moving material. But we do have in code that we can use material within the port district for port projects. And we have good spec'd out material up there, just about a mile away. So the estimate that we're kind of throwing around right now is just an estimate. We know we would know more once we get more, up into the 65%, obviously 95% design phase, but we're thinking somewhere around the $6 million, maybe $7 million mark for the ramp.
And I guess, is there like the size based on the ship and activity type of thing?
Yeah, we're designing the barge based on the most common type of barge, the largest, most common type of barge in the inlet, which is typically 300 feet, but with a beam of about 90 feet. We initially thought maybe we could just try to build the barge a width of about 125, 150 feet, but there are some challenging winds, there's challenging currents. I mean, the knots, when the tide's ripping, can be around 7.5 knots. And so we're gonna go a little wider. We're looking at 200 feet wide, just to give us enough room to navigate. The last thing we want to do is build a piece of infrastructure that was almost big enough, so.
So the size that you're thinking of would potentially could accommodate same exact ships that are in the inlet and anchorage port and all that.
Through the mayor, yes. Yeah. And then we did have the folks from Cook Inlet Tug and Barge come over and They use a lot of, 200-foot barges, 170-foot barges. So there would also be, we, obviously accommodate the smaller barges as well. And they said there's room for about 10 to 15 barges that could be stored up there on the gravel pad. Obviously it's tricky. I mean, you're moving these with what they call inflatable marine airbags. And so there's a way to do it. It's simple technology, but you got to be strategic on how you do it.
And then it's the longevity of that. Is it just regular maintenance, or there's a span of the life on that?
Through the mayor, we predict that we're probably going to have to do a little bit of management of the sediment that would, that's just in the inlet. So some of that would get deposited on the ramp, but they call it dredging, but it's not like the dredging where you're taking a bucket underwater and moving sediment. You're literally just using a loader or a skid steer or something and moving the sediment around. And all that's run of the mill, Army Corps of Engineer permitting, get an annual maintenance permit, pretty straightforward.
And you said permitting is the priciest thing, or that's the most complicated thing earlier when you said?
I was just saying it's technically it's a significant cost when it comes to these things, because obviously working out in Cook Inlet, it is there are critical species out there like the beluga whale. And there's also anadromous fish and things like that. It's totally doable. You just have to work with the National Marine Fishery Service and make sure that, it's a little complicated, I guess, but you have to have like marine mammal observers on site. So if there is a pod of whales that come through, all the work has to stop, or things like that. It's pretty typical for working in Cook Inlet, but it is a significant part of the project.
Is the permitting only through one main agency, or there's several of them at the same time you need to satisfy in order to one of them can stall the full process?
One of the unique things about Port McKenzie, and I think it's a blessing, is the fact that we own the tidelands. We have 4 square miles of tidelands there. So technically we don't have to work with the state on permitting, because we own the tidelands. But to answer your question, Army Corps of Engineers typically, because if you're, messing with fill, adding fill, taking fill out of the waters of the U.S., you got to get a permit. And then National Marine Fisheries, or NOAA, the ones that sort of manage the marine mammals, Fish and Wildlife Service, stuff like that. They're all federal agencies that you have to work with.
Further, yes, did you have comments?
Well, I just kind of wanted to summarize real quick, because I know there are some assembly members that are newer, but so the borough received that US EDA grant, and with the borough match, that totaled about $9.6 million. So step one, phase one, priority one is to get the pile sleeve protection done. So as Dave mentioned, once that gets permitted, that'll go out to bid. Then we'll have hard numbers. As we're doing that, the RoRo ramp design is proceeding. But we need to know what those hard numbers are for the pile sleeve construction contract in the assembly. That will come before the assembly to be awarded. So you're going to see that when it comes. We'll be able to provide an update on what balance that leaves, hopefully, depending on cost, that could be applied to that RoRo ramp. And then we're going to have that discussion around what are those cost estimates coming around to be, and how do we potentially want to close the gap on any funding that might be remaining to actually construct that. So it's kind of happening sequentially. But when Dave talked about the US MARAD highway grant and the PIDP, we're also pursuing funding for RoRo in those grant opportunities. So we're hopeful that maybe one of those will bring some additional funding to the table in addition to the EDA grant funding to help close that gap. So we're pursuing multiple things simultaneously to see what may come loose, or what may shake loose, or what may become available to us as this goes. So I wish we knew all the answers. We don't, but we're progressing smartly, and there'll be opportunities where we come back to the assembly for the pile sleeve award. We'll talk about design updates. So it's going to be a multiple step process over the next really several months, few months to several months, it is starting to come to fruition. So that's kind of what we wanted you to take away from the presentation tonight, is so that you can see there's a lot going on in the background. You don't see it in the press, you don't hear about it every day, but there are lots of conversations about future business opportunities and specific infrastructure developments that are intended, as Dave mentioned, to attract business. And I think, the Ro-Ro ramp's really exciting. And when we talk about what that could do and what that could allow for, it's a pretty simple technology, right? You're looking at, I'm going to oversimplify it, a big boat launch. And then you use airbags and whatnot to move these larger barge vessels, which already are conducting business in Upper Cook Inlet. So we're not going after some pie in the sky export to Asia that may or may not ever be. Now, it doesn't mean we won't chase that too. But in the meantime, we probably need to be more than just the backup port. And I think that's what you're seeing. And Dave's out there kind of hustling, talking to folks, trying to drum those things up and try to figure out what opportunity might be a good fit for Port McKenzie. So it's just been a while since we had talked. I know this is a little bit off of a budget presentation, but when we kind of talk about, continuing to fund the port and what we're doing, it seems relevant that we kind of talk about what those things we're working on over the next 12 months will be. So I appreciate it.
Assemblyperson 2, go ahead.
I think I must have misheard something or something. Was the estimate between 60 and 70 million, 6 and 7 million?
Through the mayor.
And I know it was just.
I hate even throwing out numbers, to be honest, because we don't have that yet. I will have an engineer's cost estimate on the 17th of this month.
Okay.
I wish I had it, but I just threw that out there based on discussions with contractors in the field and just kind of back of the napkin numbers and stuff like that, but not 60 or 70 million. No.
Yeah.
What number did you say?
6 or 7.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what I
I
wanted to
said.
clarify.
Correct.
I wrote down 60 to 70. I'm going, oh.
No. Nope. All right.
Yes, go ahead.
So on the sleeves, are they going all the way down to the ground,
Mayor.
or are they?
Go ahead.
No, sir. They most of the corrosion and the pitting and the wear and tear is occurring at the high water mark and at the low water mark. So it's just that portion, that sort of intertidal portion. Now, that's a significant amount of room. So they are big
20,
sleeves.
30 feet, or?
Well, I think they're probably going to be even larger than that. I think they're probably going to be somewhere in around 45, 46 feet.
So they're going down 10, 15 feet into the.
Yes. Yeah. And then because the piles aren't exactly round, right? There's like a little bit of space. So picture 2 clamshells coming together, right? And so there'll be a bottom cap and a top cap, and then they'll be bolted. There'll be 2 seams, they'll be bolted. And then they will insert some sort of epoxy or grout inside that to protect it. And typically, quite honestly, these usually go on right away because that's the area that gets beat up. And if we were down in Florida or Hawaii, we could just use like polyethylene. But as you know here,
Right.
It's the silt, freeze thaw, the ice, this gets beat up. So this is actually an asset.
If we were down there, they would be precast concrete piling, like 114 foot long, driven down into the harbor.
Yeah. So, I mean, have you had a chance to go out there?
Not yet, but I'm
Oh.
looking forward to it.
Yeah. It's an amazing asset that the borough owns. And so, and we are getting, I think this resiliency idea and redundancy in case there's some sort of a catastrophic event is something that folks are really starting to take note of, especially after 2018. But
Okay. Well, maybe Dimitri and I can come out and visit.
absolutely. So great.
Yeah, Mike, I think promised to schedule that to go that time. So when the snow gets out,
Yep.
I think if we can invite the rest of the assembly, whoever wants to come, so that way you can have there, and then that way when you give us update, it will actually make a lot more sense being it that we physically walk there.
Sounds good. And just one last thing, and then I'll stop talking, is mid-May, we do have 40 Marines that will be on site as part of the Arctic Edge military training exercise. And these Marines are coming from out of state. And they'll be out there for 2 days, just It's not, they need to be in a marine setting, a marine environment, but they're not doing anything in the water. It's all just activities on the gravel pad. So they're very thankful that we're allowing them to do that.
Sounds good.
Thank
All
you.
right. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Assembly members, and staff. Ken Barkley, Director of Emergency Services.
Good evening.
I'll go ahead and get started on our budget presentation. I'm going to be flipping my pages here for my notes. So go backwards. That shouldn't be the slide. We're done. That was good. Gonna have to, the blank one, but it wouldn't advance. Yeah, I'm gonna go back real quick here. All right, that's not the, yeah, that's not the order, but, so this is what finance put together for us. I'll skip through on mine, it's not the order, so I apologize for that. But you'll see here in, the upper left is our area-wide budget. Below that is our fleet maintenance, then our fire service, and then our full-time employees. So you can kind of see that and look where we're at for the proposed 2024 for our employees and what our budget's looking like so far. And you'll see a decrease in the fire service areas, pretty close to steady on fleet maintenance, and then the area-wide budget slightly up. So any questions on the finance report that they did for us? I'm going to hope that it tracks now. Okay. Accomplishments for fire and rescue. So you know, for fire service area, we have 8 fire service areas that the borough is responsible for, and there's 2, the city of Palmer and the city of Houston, that are not under the borough. So there's 10 total, but 8 of them that fall under the fire service. And then rescue is borough. We cover all the way to mile 202 of the Parks Highway. We cover almost 10 miles of the Denali Highway, and all the way to Lake Louise for our rescue and our area-wide responses. So I'm not going to highlight everything, but I'm going to go over them. I know you have this sheet in front of you, but I'm going to highlight on each slide some of the key points. And the one of them here is the 42% increase in the last 5 years for our responses. That's in 5 years, 42% increase. Some of the contributing factors are homes being built, the population, but the biggest factor is adult living facilities that are being built. That's driving up our responses. Unfortunately, a lot of the facilities don't have 24-hour care, and we're it. So we get calls, we're the ones that have to respond to those. So that's what's really driving a lot of our calls. And then, of course, with traffic, motor vehicle accidents as well is another contributing factor. One of the other accomplishments on the fire side is substantial completion of an operating guideline manual. So one thing, I'd say maybe 7, 8 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, each fire department operated individually. And it kind of made it hard on scenes a lot, because right now there's not one fire department that can handle a structure fire, a full-blown structure fire. At least 2, probably 3 departments are going to have to respond to that. And that's for the personnel, the manning, and the resources that are needed there, and to switch out crews as they get exhausted. So right now we all operate, we've all agreed, we've sat down for months and months and had a manual and sections, and every department has agreed to it, and it's just seamless out on the fire scene. I'm kind of proud of that, because that was one of my accomplishments. Out on a fire scene, you would not know which department they work for, other than it may say on the back of their coat. Other than that, we all are one team. And that's huge, because that's a lot of people, a lot of fire districts. So that's something that the borough should be proud of. When we're out there fighting a fire, we don't care where you came from, which department, we're all one. We operate under the same guidelines. We use the same frequencies on our radios, and it's seamless. So I wanted to mention that. One of our great successes is our youth firefighter program. And again, I'm going to thank Assemblymember Yunt for pushing me on this one a little bit, and something we've been working on, but he kind of gave me lit the fire, if you will, to get it going. And it's a great success. If when the class is back going, I'll let you know if you ever want to come out and watch. You want to see young adults that are just excited, motivated. They actually motivate me when I'm out there, because just watching them, you just want to be participating with them. So we've had 11 students complete the first year. It's a 2-year program, and we have 4 seniors that graduated. So they graduated from school, so they wouldn't graduate from our program. So we decided that we just can't let that go. So we're bringing them back this summer, and they're coming back, and we're putting a class on for them with our other departments, and they're going to train with us and get the rest of their classes under their belt. So at the end of the summer, they will be graduating, and they will be certified firefighter ones, which is IFSAC, which is International Firefighter Accreditation. So they will have their firefighter one after this summer. So we're not going to lose those students that wouldn't complete. Right now, for next year, our class is full, and we even have a waiting list. The word has gotten out. And Assemblymember Yunt, you told me that would happen, and you're right. The word got out. It's if we can educate and train young adults into something versus going down the wrong path, that's a win. And that's what this program's doing. So we're all very proud of that. And I have to mention Assistant Chief John Beebe, who's leading that charge. Assemblymember Yunt's met with him several times. He's leading this charge. He's very passionate about it, and he doesn't let them slack. The kids earn every skill that they do. They earn it. Trust me.
Through the mayor, so I still think there's a lot of potential for this to grow. I think a lot of kids would like to do this, and it gives them a certification that they can take anywhere in the country. So it's a great thing. But obviously, I wanted it to be at Wasilla High because it's in my district, right? And so it's a little bit selfish on my part, maybe up front, but I think how soon could we expand it possibly? I know you have a great instructor teaching right now. Would there be potential to do it again and maybe get it out into Houston or over in Palmer? Because right now, with it only being at Wasilla, kids got to come from all over. And I know we did our whole first class only with Wasilla High students because we were rolling it out and stuff. But technically, this is open to the entire borough, right? And so, but kids to cut down on commuting. Anyways, I just wanted to, and maybe it's something you can't answer right now, but it sure would be neat to see it get out into Houston High School at some point. I think we would see huge participation at that school. So
Through the mayor, Assemblymember Yunt, I will tell you this, that what our goal is to complete this cycle. And I will tell you, every single chief is on board. Every single chief wants it in their area. So that is our goal, absolutely. There's some bugs we had to work out on this one, and we're still working out. For a while there, it was transportation. When the buses went down, we were using people's vans to go pick them up and get them for a while. So we're learning as we go. But after this cycle, then we're going to start looking at other districts that we can put this on. And our goal is to offer it in each district.
Thank
It'll
you.
be a heavy lift, but it'll be well worth it.
Yeah, thank you.
The other one that you'll see on the slide is our medical first responder MFR course that we put together. And it's also our ETT. ETT is your basic level first aid emergency trauma technician. That's before your EMT. So entry level would be your ETT. So our EMS department has developed a course for that. Well, the state has, but we've adopted it to our needs. And we have firefighters going through that. And each fire service area now will have ETTs, and they will have medical first responder bags, meaning they'll have the skills, the training, and the tools to save a life. And what that does for us, a lot of times if the EMS staff is on another call or busy, we can still get the firefighters to do an immediate response to that location, and they have the training, CPR, and basic first aid to initiate care, and then also get on the radio and let us know what they have, and that will tell us where our priorities are. So that's a success as well that we're working on. And it's in progress right now. All fire departments have their medical first responder bags, and at least 4 of the 8 now have their training for the ETT. So we're moving forward with that. The other program that we've talked about before is our modernization of our equipment, anything over 30 years. Anything over 30 years does not give us accreditation for our ISO, which is the insurance rating. So we're trying to, as departments can afford it, we're trying to upgrade and get rid of the equipment that's outdated or we just simply can't get parts for. As you know, the problem with that is a very expensive undertaking. So we're doing it systematically, and that's just one of our other goals is to upgrade our fleet. So that's what we're doing. And we're moving on from, that was fire and rescue. Now we're going to talk about EMS. Through some of the meetings I've had lately, I think I should mention that our EMS, and I'll put them up against anybody in the nation. They are the most passionate, caring people that respond and take care of our citizens. And I can tell you this because when I first started this job, it wasn't unusual for me once a month to get a phone call of a complaint about an EMS, a call or something like that. Now it's not unheard of for me to go a month without getting a call and thanking us, thanking for the compassion, thanking you for the response, thanking you for the care and saving the loved one, or even if it's a fatality type thing, taking the time, spending time with them and their family. So that's accreditation to our EMS department. So I just thought that I should mention that. Another thing that we've done is we implemented a quality assurance, quality improvement program through data tracking. What that does is it helps us know where most of our calls are, what time of day they are. Like coming up here, this might surprise you, but our calls are going to increase at Jim Creek. Some of the areas that we go to, we can look at our data and it tells us once the Princess Lodge opens up, we start getting a lot of calls up in that area. And that's how we move our ambulances. We know where our call volumes are going to change. So it also tells us what the calls are. What are we responding to? Are they heart attacks, strokes? What are we responding to so we can kind of staff our ambulances accordingly. So that's huge. And that was done through a grant, which the program we're using is called First Watch. And it's just an algorithm of what our responses are and where we need to start staging and why we're wanting another EMS station. That's what drives all this, where our call volume is. The other one this year, the American Heart Association recognized the Matsu Regional Hospital and Matsu Borough EMS at their international conference for outstanding cooperation. Together, they were able to reduce STEMIs by 30%. That's heart attacks. And that's through some new training, new ideas out there. And we were the first ones to try this and implement it. And we actually reduced heart attack responses by 30%. That's very significant.
Mm-hmm.
We're saving lives in the field now that normally we wouldn't, just because there's new technology, the training, the advanced training. Tracy Loskar, our deputy director for EMS, is actually, they've paid for her to go to Lower 48 and speak at the international conference, which is huge,
Mm-hmm. Sure.
just for the accomplishments of our EMS. And I just want to put that out there for our community to let them know that good things are happening and our EMS staff is doing a great job. So. Next is our emergency management. Some of the things I want to mention with the emergency management, we have an EOC. If you have not been to our EOC, let me know and I'll be glad to give you a tour of that and let you see where we operate out of. It's the only EOC in the Matsu Borough. For the size, the call volumes, we're very fortunate to have that EOC. It's located right below MATCOM. And we've been doing a lot of training in there. All the departments, we have weekly training and then quarterly training. And we've been practicing and exercising some of the things you might have heard of, like floods, earthquakes, wildland fires. So the manager, deputy manager have been participating, and all the directors and their staff. And it's just been a real success. Over the last year or so, we've seen the difference of when we're in there operating, how much smoother it goes. It's a big undertaking. Casey Cook is our emergency manager. Him and his staff are doing a great job. And the scenarios that they develop for us are actual. They're ones that we've either done or potentially could happen. So there's a lot of good things happen in our emergency management. One of the things under emergency management is our telecom. Telecom is our communications, our radios, our towers. They're the ones that are taking care of all of our communications for emergency services. They work directly with MATCOM to make sure that everything's up and running. And when it's not, we actually have a redundancy system. That's something the borough hasn't had before. If our main communications went down, we were in trouble. And that's something that bothered me when I got the job, and we've worked on that. Now we have a redundancy system. So if the main communications goes down, a flip of a switch literally, and we have a redundancy system. And Montana Mountain is our northern repeater that we work off of. And that one, before, if you drove from here to there on a call, you would literally have to switch your radio 3 times. Each time you're going through a different area, you have to change the channel to communicate with everybody. And if someone didn't do that, there was a break in our communications. Now, with this Montana Mountain up and running with that repeater, it's the same channel, and we can go all the way to past Trapper Creek on that frequency, which is huge because trying to get everybody to change is sometimes not efficient. So there's been some great success there. There's also in Caswell, we call it the dead zone. We just don't have communication there. Some member Bernier knows what I'm talking about. We do now. So we've eliminated that by this Montana Mountain tower. So that's another great success. Our CERT team, that's another thing. That's our community outreach. CERT team is a community emergency response teams. These are citizens that come in, they get training, CPR, first aid. They know what to do in an emergency. During a natural disaster, whether it be a flood, wildland fire, earthquake, our responders we still got all the daily normal calls to handle. Our CERT teams are fantastic. We have 6 teams right now, and we have a new one in Trapper Creek that just started, and they're very active. They have their own trailer now and little supplies in there, so if something happens, they have resources to immediate contact with the community and help them out in a disaster. So that's our CERT team. Talon Bovey has been handling that for us. We've done 10 outreach events and 1 activation of our CERT team. And when we do our major exercises, they're at the EOC running our call center. Some of them are. They come in and help us with that. They've dedicated approximately 2,100 hours of volunteer. So that's a huge success, and thank you to them. Make sure I was on track. So some of our goals for fire and rescue, and we'll talk about this toward the end, but for fire, we want to add a Talkeetna fire chief full-time position. Right now, there's 2 areas that do not have a full-time fire chief. Last year, we hired Butte fire chief full-time. Sutton and Talkeetna are the 2 areas. Sutton is not, they don't have the call volume to need a full-time fire chief right now. Talkeetna does. In Talkeetna, when we had the wildland fires, we've had the flooding. We have an on-call fire chief. We hope he's around. We hope he's available. And then the administrative side of what he needs to do to make sure everybody keeps up their certifications, it's a heavy lift. So working with the fire service area board there and their budget, we're not asking for anything, no mill increase rates for this. And we would hire a full-time fire chief, someone that's there 24/7, someone that we can count on and we can schedule their work. And on call, it's a pickup game. So we just don't know when the bell rings what we're going to get. So I'll talk more about that. And the other one is 6 firefighters for Central. Right now, that'll give us another station that we can have full-time engine company running out of there. And again, I'll touch on that a little bit more here. Manager Brown mentioned this a little bit earlier, but one of the things we're working on is living quarters. So sometimes when we hire more people or EMS, we've started hiring the people, but we got to build the facilities to house them. Sometimes we don't have ambulances exactly where we want because we don't have sleeping quarters for them. So that's why. An example is we need to move an ambulance until Station 39 is built. We need to move an ambulance at Butte Fire Station. And there used to be one many years ago when it was an on-call system, but they didn't sleep there. So there's no living quarters. So we will be moving an ambulance out there next month, and they're going to be there during the peak times. They'll be out there. So we'll have full-time ambulance out there, and then around 8 or 9 at night, they'll come into Palmer where they can sleep. We'll still have an ambulance in Palmer as well. So we're trying to get an ambulance out there for the responses toward Lake Louise. It'll cover Sutton and Butte. So that'll help us do. So that's something that we're working on right now, getting out there. The other one is it's community outreach. That's one of our biggest things, and one of the things we need to do better is getting out to the community and let them know who we are, what we do, and how we respond, and what our resources are. So some of the big successes is when we go to a call, no matter what the call is, we look, do they have CO detectors? If they don't, we have them, we'll install them. If not, we'll go back and put them in. Just 2 days ago, I got a call. A gentleman living out in Westlake said that the fire department was out here and I didn't want them to buy them, but I bought the smoke detectors, but I can't put them up. Within 20 minutes, our crews were out there and we put them up for the gentleman. So that's who we are. It's who we're here for as a community. So the smoke detectors, CO detectors, the other big one is address signs. We have a program out of Westlakes that if you want address signs put up at your house, we can do that too. They make them and then we can go out and put them up. So for us, that's critical because they're reflective. And when we're going out there in the middle of the night looking for your house, back when I first started this career, it's by Billy's house by the big orange rock. I mean, that's how we found houses, right? That's how we knew where to go. Well, that doesn't work anymore. So address signs is great. Firewise programs, the other one, we're going to be starting that program back up. And that's where if you want, you can go online and sign up and we'll come out to your house and look at it and make sure it's Firewise, meaning that you have a proper clearance around your house and we can't do the work, but we can let you know what needs to be done and we can talk to you about resources that are available to help you out. So that's another program that we do. We went out to several homes last year and the crews, every fire service area will do it. They'll go out and look at your area and let you know what trees are hazards, the brush, and so on. So that's been a huge success. Oh, I'm sorry, before I go on, the other one is one of our goals is the health and safety and reduce injuries. We're going to try to do a better job with that through training, prevention, engineering controls, and peer support. So those are some of our goals for fire and rescue. EMS, switching gears. One of them is offer training focused on improving operations, daily and crisis level. So we want to be out there and focus more on our daily operations. Like what can we do more efficient? Sometimes we call it on the radio, we'll say, hey, we need a quick turnaround. What that means is when you get to the hospital, they do charting at the hospital, but if we say quick turnaround, don't do the charting there, we need you back in service, we got other calls pending, or we need you ready for the next call, and then they can do their charting at the station. So we're looking at better ways to focus on that. And then during a natural disaster, our recall, like how do we do our recall and how do we stage people for recalls as well? So we can, one thing we got to remember, once we have a natural disaster, all the normal regular day-to-day stuff doesn't stop. So we have to maintain that as well. So that's something we're working on this year to improve on. The other one is streamline supply process to reduce waste and keep par levels efficient and fiscally responsible. So there's ways we can do that, whether with our supply, we have different folks in our supply, and we found cost saving efforts, what equipment we need to have on hand. We have a new program now, and it shows us what we use regularly, so we know what we need to order ahead of time. Sometimes if you order it in bulk, it's cheaper, saves on shipping. So we're looking at every way we can start saving funds for the medical supplies as we get a little bit smarter about ordering them, what companies will give us a better deal, and some will do free shipping. We're always looking at that. So that's something, some of our goals for EMS. The other one is developing a preliminary guidance for operational integrity and support with rescue. that goes back to the MFR bags I was talking about earlier. EMS is training with rescue now so that those folks are trained as medics, that they can help us when we get the higher call volume. They can go to calls and help with responses. So should be emergency management. So some of our goals with emergency management is continuing our exercises at the EOC. I'm sure the directors here and the manager will tell you they've been a success. We unfortunately, we were baptized by fire with some of the other events that we've had, but we don't want that. We want to be prepared and ready, and everyone knows what the role is and where they report for those emergencies. And through the exercises, once again, we have proven that it's a success. We're a little bit more confident, and we're doing great things. We've even had folks from the Anchorage EOC come out and look at our operation, and we're working in collaboration with them, which is huge, because if we can work together during an emergency, it definitely pays dividends for our citizens. Continue to develop a robust exercise, improving EOC operations at the crisis level. I spoke about that. And then the one thing the EOC does is a lot of our community outreach. I know we've been here before giving out awards to the little kids for their drawing contest the mayors participated in. We're actually going out and teaching CPR to communities that have asked for us, helping with that where we can, certain fire-wise again. I'm going to switch a little bit to our communications, which falls under emergency management through telecom. And again, the Montana Mountain, that's been a huge success. On Baldy Mountain, we're looking at trying to get permanent power up there. All of our sites is either generator operated or solar. We use kind of both up there for power. We're also looking at changing we ordered them. We're changing out generators to where they can work off of solar power, propane or gas. So we're looking at all kinds of options for power up at our sites. But we would like to try to get permanent power at Baldy, because that's one of our main repeaters, and it would be handy for that and help us during emergencies. Working with MEA to get a cost, that's where the hiccup's been, trying to get an estimate from them, so when we go out for a grant, we know what to ask for. So that's what we're looking at for that site. The other one is East Tower. Eureka is one of our other big dead spots where we just don't have good communications. And we learned that the state has a repeater there, but it's not high enough anymore. The tower's not tall enough. They need to redo their tower. So we're in talks with them right now to do a joint adventure to where we would pay for the new tower. We would be able to use the land and the hut that they have, so we can have place to store equipment there and so on. So we're doing a joint adventure right now. We're in the early stages of that, but both parties, we just met a few weeks ago, are really receptive to this, because it'll help them, it'll help us. And if we can get that tower up, it'll save us a lot of money by working with the state. And then that communication gap will be filled all the way to Lake Louise. So that's huge, and that's something that we're working on. So the ask, I had mentioned it before about the Talkeetna Fire Chief and then the 6 firefighters for Central. Right now, we have 2 stations, Station 6-1 and 6-2, that have staffing 24/7. The problem is if one person calls in sick, then we got to call somebody in either on overtime, or we try to get an on-call to fill, or we don't fill that slot. NFPA standard is 4 person per truck. We know that's not reasonable or practical for us. We maintain 3, and we have gone down to 2 on some of our staffing, but our goal is 3. With these firefighters, it's 3 shifts. So with these firefighters, we would then have a full-time firefighter crew at Station 5-1. Eventually, if 5-2 we have 5-2, but if we get living quarters there eventually, then that crew would move there, because it would cover more of our populated area. So right now, that would be 6-1, 6-2, and 5-1 would be staffed with these additional firefighters. And again, that would not be asking for a mill rate increase to do that. The main reason we need to do this is our on-calls are diminishing drastically. You're just not getting the folks coming out wanting to serve their community like we used to. Many years ago, that's how we survived. Unfortunately, that mentality is not there as much anymore. We're fortunate we have the staff that we have, but we can't sustain that going forward. As the call volumes go up and our on-calls go down, we have to augment that as much as we can. So not every fire service area can do that because it's a financial, there's finances occurred because of that. Last slide, just kind of reiterating about the 6 firefighters with the 43% increase in 5 years, 25% decreases in our on-call responders, and then 33% of our calls are multiple incidents. So that's 2 calls or 2 to 3 calls in that same district at the same time. So we try to maintain enough to cover 1 call, but that's not always the case. 33% of the time, we get 2 calls at the same time, and that's where we have auto aid kicks in. The adjacent fire service will come in and help, and that's the whole borough. We work under an auto aid, and that gives us credit toward ISO. Mutual aid does not, so we changed it to auto aid because they're toned down. Anytime we have a structure fire, just last night we had one in West Lakes. So we actually had Willow on standby and we had Palmer on standby. Houston and Central came to the fire while we stood those 2 areas up to cover those districts that were fighting the fire. That's our move up process. It's called our auto aid, and that's just a standard operation, and that's how we operate. I know that was a lot. Any questions?
Some of the things you brought up about the program that you're starting, I was wondering if those older already, I guess, guys that are 18-year-olds that are in high school that are already being trained for this program, are they able to fill in those gaps as an extra staff or part-time or on-call type of thing that already had been prepared by you for a certain amount of time to kind of get hands-on practice? And as a volunteer position, possibly they get credit of some sort from the borough?
Through the
for the
mayor, Assemblyman Ravano, I'm glad you said that because I forgot to mention that. That's the caveat here. Afterwards, they at 18, we're hiring them. We've already, the 4 that are graduating, all 4 of them after this summer, we've already got them signed up. So they're going to be working with us as on-call responders. So absolutely. That's fantastic. All 4 of them, unless this thing called college takes them away, but otherwise, all 4 of them have committed to work with us. So very good question. Thank you.
But during the time when they're in this program, are they actively being in any benefit to you guys, or they're just strictly in training?
So during the training, we can't put them on a fire truck due to their age, and we can't insure them. That's the problem. So they have to be 18 before we can do that. So that's the holdup. Otherwise, we could. Now, we invite them to our regular training, and some do take and come out to that. But as far as being an actual responder or filling those gaps, not until they're 18 and they graduate from the academy.
But once they're 18, they can volunteer, even though they still might be in high school?
Absolutely.
Okay. And the second question I had is your department actively pursuing any federal or state grants or anything like that? Because I didn't hear you talk anything for, as additional resources actively.
Through the mayor, Assemblyman Ravano. So right now, we're actively pursuing a grant to hire 3 full-time, and that grant would last 3 years. And then after that, the cost would shift to us. The city of Palmer is looking at it right now. They're the ones that initiated it. We look at grants all the time. The problem is we have to understand that they're usually around 3 years is the length of them. After that, you either tell the employee, thank you, we're done, or we absorb that cost. So if we were to do that, which we are in the process of doing, then we would go to the assembly and say, this is what we want to do. We're applying for this grant, understanding that after those 3 years, we would absorb that cost.
What about for the machinery, the actual equipment side of things?
So we have done that. It's hard to get grants for some of the equipment, but we have for not the fire truck, but the equipment that goes on that. We've been successful in getting grants for that. Right now, we have 3 heat trailers coming, all done through a grant that we got. There's some other equipment that we have. The borough has a grant writer, and we work with her, and she can line us up on what grants are available. So absolutely, we've reached out and applied for grants. We get the firefighter grant every year. We apply for that. for forestry. So every year, we probably get 3 grants per fire service area.
Okay, I just wanted to encourage that because I believe like anytime we hear multi-million, billion-dollar on the federal stuff that they say this will go to this will to that will make sure we're pursuing to maximum extent because ultimately it's our money anyway. So I just want to encourage that.
No, very good. Thank you so much.
I'd like to back up to the, earlier you made a statement about the adult living facilities are driving our increases. We're up 42% in the last 5 years. Without naming names of the facilities or anything, can you kind of give me an example of the types of calls we get from them?
So through the mayor, Assemblymember, unfortunately, most of them are, I've fallen down and need back in my wheelchair or back in my bed. The facilities do not have 24-hour care. So we're the ones that get called for that.
And so the second part to my question is for the attorney. Can we tax these facilities at a higher rate?
No.
Why?
State law doesn't allow for differential property tax rates.
Can we create a fee schedule and not call it property
You
taxes?
have a fee schedule.
Do we bill them?
Yes, I'm sure. But
For those calls, if we do not transport, we cannot bill.
We choose not to bill or we cannot bill? Like if we go there and pick someone up off the floor and put them in their bed?
I was gonna phone a friend. One
Okay,
second.
thank you. Thank you.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Yant, unfortunately, the way state law is right now, we are unable to bill unless we transport.
That is crazy.
Yes.
Okay, forget any more of my questions after that.
Thank you, Cheyenne.
I might be calling Jesse Sumner after this meeting and asking for him to sponsor something.
I don't know that it's just state law. Medicare might have something to say about it too.
That's where the rub
Because
is.
there's a lot of people on Medicare. And so even when you do bill for transport, if they have Medicare, you have to take what Medicare pays, which is below our rate. So there's probably a federal law overlay, but we can look into it if you need to.
If you have any further questions about rates, because there are varying rates about whether it's a need to transport or a not need to transport, significantly different on what we can collect. But call me and I'll go over the fee schedule with you.
Okay. Beyond that, you guys are doing a great job. So when I was first elected, I called you and I asked you basically what your 25-year plan was. I think it kind of caught you off guard and you seem to have it under control. We're going to see a lot of growth here. We've shown that we are most of the growth in the state of Alaska, and I commend what you guys are doing. So the entire team, I think you guys are ahead of the curve on trying to be prepared for it, and I appreciate what you do.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry we can't get you paid. So from some of these facilities.
Yeah, similar question too. Go ahead.
I heard a little talk about not having places to sleep or whatever at other fire stations. Have we thought about maybe just rolling in a camp that has beds and cooking facilities and just roll them up on the property and there you go?
Through the mayor, Assemblymember too, I've actually done that in my career. We actually had portable buildings brought in and we did that. We are looking at that option as well. And we're looking at that possibly through a grant to do that. Very good question, because I have had done that in my career, actually.
Okay, further questions? Yes, sir, go ahead.
Oh, quick question. I recently talked to a fire department, a firefighter from a different state, and he said something that's more innovative. That came out like a Lucas device that helps people do the CPRs because firefighters or EMS could get it's physically if challenging. Out of curiosity, does your department have those devices, or have you gotten a knowledge with them?
Through the mayor, Assemblymember Funoff, we do have them. They're automatic. You slide them under, and I call it thumper because it does the CPR for us. Where that's critical is when you're coming from Trapper Creek and you're driving all the way to here, and no one person could do CPR that long. So absolutely, we use them right in the field, and that's part of what working with the Metro Regional Hospital. Part of what we implemented is those, and we have them on every ambulance. Thank you.
Okay, I guess that's it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Through the mayor,
Good evening.
Eric Phillips, Community Development Director. Because I knew I was going to be following Ken, and I'm kind of in the middle of the fray here, I made my presentation short. And as such, I'm willing to donate 5 minutes. If y'all want to stretch your legs, I would rather have you fresh when I'm going through my presentation. So do you want to keep going?
I think,
we can
yeah,
sure
I
keep
think we
going.
want to go. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm the Community Development Director, and I'm pretty proud of the work we do to improve the livability and quality of life for folks here in the borough, as well as our contributions we have, to economic development. Community development is actually 2 divisions: land and resource management, parks, recreation, and libraries. It's a bit of a weird combination, but I found over the years that we work really well together. We carry off a lot of projects that we normally wouldn't be able to so easily complete, things like Settlers Bay, the work we're doing at Jonesville, Jim Creek requires both sides of my department to work hand in hand. As far as the budget goes, again, this is a combination of land and resource management and parks, recreation, and libraries. We didn't ask for any new positions. There are 2 additional positions in our budget from this fiscal year to next. Those are the 2 lifeguard positions that were added by the assembly. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to fill those positions yet, but we're trying to get them filled. You'll notice even adding those positions, our budget's gone up 2% from this fiscal year to last. One thing this budget slide doesn't reflect is the fact that we have 88 on-call positions. 70% of the people in my department are on-call employees. You notice we have 38 full-time. So that's a number that's not on the slide, but that's how we're getting by, is by hiring on-call employees. As far as what we do have some newish people here. So I'll just quickly talk about my 2 divisions. Land management, of course, we handle land sales. We do land acquisitions. We buy land for fire stations, schools, whatever public facilities may need. We manage 300,000 acres of land. That's a lot of trash cleanup, let me tell you. It's a lot of permitting, dealing with easements. We also manage the timber, the gravel, and we even have a lot of agricultural lands that we're responsible for taking care of these ag lands. Operationally, on the land management side, I do this with 7 full-time employees and a couple on-call employees. Over on the recreation and library services side, of course, we got numerous parks and recreation areas, a dozen trail systems, over 200 miles of trail that we maintain. Of course, the pools, the ice rink, and the 5 libraries fall into the mix there. Accomplishments. Land and resource management. Our wildfire mitigation efforts been going real well. You'll see we've completed 15 schools, 5 rec areas. We've also done a lot of that work with grant money. We secured grant money to do work this year, and we're looking at being able to get even more grant money to keep the efforts going for the next couple of years. So our firewood program, we're giving out hundreds of cords of free beetle kill wood to folks.
Through the mayor, I wanted to have
Through the
her
mayor.
say, sorry. The firewood program, the permits issued, is there a larger need for that program? Do we have people that don't get them that would like them? Is that something we could expand? Because it kind of comes back to preventing forest fires too, depending on what trees they're taking. So could you just talk a little bit more about that program?
Well, it's not a slam part of the issue we have with firewood areas is access. So much of our dead and dying trees are out in the middle of nowhere. And we find that unless there's good access, people just aren't going to come and get the wood. They would actually prefer if we were to cut it down and stack it alongside the road.
That's fair. I agree. They probably do. Obviously, the access makes a big difference, but most, not all, but most structures are on access roads as well. And so when it comes to fire prevention and saving structures in a big forest fire, that's probably actually our most important place anyways, is along the roadways, right? So,
Well, and we allow those folks, if they're living on borough land, if they want to cut down all the dead and dying spruce on borough land around their house, they can do that.
okay, so I was just wondering, I just wanted to make sure that maybe there weren't some permits we weren't issuing because we only do so many per year, or
No,
okay.
well, there's enough dead and dying wood out
Yeah.
there to, give everybody 1,000 cords, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, okay, awesome, good to hear, thanks.
As a matter of fact, on that topic of wood, we have more timber sales in the pipeline right now than the borough has ever had. We're getting firewood into the hands of our local mills, and I'm pretty proud of that fact. You see right there, right now we have 744 acres of salvage timber under contract. And we're working on a couple more contracts, one of which is one sale is going to be going before assembly here in the next month or so. And then as far as our Parks and Rec side of things, our trail pass sales are just every year, they're just going up and up and up. Trails and the work we're doing on them, it's being heavily used both by people that live here and outside the borough. We completed projects on Lazy Mountain, out there at the Alcantara Fields. A lot of trail construction occurred out there in Settlers Bay. All I know is that I'm talking Settlers Bay in a matter of 3 years has become the second most popular recreation site in the borough. But it's really being heavily used by the folks out there in the KGB area. And as far as our goals, I won't go through all of them, but Jonesville, if the state can ever get their act together, we'd sure like to tear into that. The same applies to and it's not on the list here, but we've been working with administration and the mayor trying to get several thousand acres of land from the state. And we've been getting help from our legislative delegation, perhaps the governor. So
Yeah.
I'm hoping we can get, I don't know, somewhere between 10 and 40,000 acres of land.
Mhm.
We're online to get another 900,000+ in grant money, which will keep our wildfire mitigation program going for another couple years. Again, we want to continue to expand firewood. It won't be long before all that dead wood's rotted wood, so we want to get as much of it in the hands of the citizens as possible. And Parks and Rec, hopefully we'll have the Arctic Winter Games to get ready for. We got that extra big chunk of land for Settlers Bay. We need to plan for how we're going to work that into the community park system. We got GPRA, Ski Talk that we're working with, and 2 projects that aren't funded, but I'm hoping to get grant money for are Lion's Head and Pioneer Peak this year. And that's it.
Where's Lion's Head at, sir?
Going out the Glen Highway, it's a huge rock that comes out. I don't know if it
past
looks like a
Sutton?
lion, but
Past Sutton or
Yeah.
Chickalone? or-
yeah,
Okay,
this side of Caribou Creek.
okay. Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor? Oh,
Assembly Bernier.
oh, here. I got
A
so
few
used to
slides back,
looking
you
that
were
way that-
Talking
Sorry,
about
Ron.
agricultural lands that you were managing.
Yes.
What kind of stuff are you doing on ag lands?
Well, since the late 70s. We've sold ag lands to private citizens under various sections of borough code. Depending on the year, it has, each time we sold it, we changed the rules, and so they all got a different set of rules, so it gets rather difficult to manage. But there's a lot of people out there that own ag land, and when they buy ag land, they commit to using it for agricultural purposes. And so if they want to sell it, lots of times they might hold on to it for 30 years and then they want to sell it. Well, if you want to sell it, those ag covenants still apply to it. You got to keep it in ag land.
Good.
And we are in the process of working with our ag board. We're going to be bringing some ag reform legislation forward, some common sense stuff that the ag folks want to do with their ag land. But there's borough ag land all over the place that
I
we're
didn't know if it
responsible
was
for.
like hay fields that were growing up, and if you're brush hogging them back to hay fields, or if they are actually growing up with saplings and reverting back into nature.
Well, mainly it's, not allowing folks to take a piece of ag land and subdivide it into 50 parcels and sell it off. Okay. Our definition of agriculture is very broad. We've had people keeping bees and all other ag-related activities. We're pretty liberal as far as that goes, but the main thing is that they don't have the right to break it up into 100 pieces and sell it off.
I've heard stories where, a group of doctors or a group of lawyers or something buy some ag land and just kind of lock it up.
Well, it's an interesting one because there has never been an appetite since I've been here to go out and
farm.
Well, to go out and try to force people to do more than what they're doing with their land.
So you need a code compliance person?
I honestly, I don't, in that case, I don't know what I need.
He
I
would
would
probably say no. He already has libraries.
Yeah, you probably need a code compliance.
Thank you
there
for that,
pretty
Mr.
soon.
Manager.
Yeah.
It was there. It was a softball. I mean,
One of the other things is on House Bill 49 and House Bill 50 regarding the carbon tax, the DNR on a map for state land have set aside 111,000 acres of state land. And it's my understanding, I think on the 20th of this month, the commissioner of DNR will be at the Wasilla Library. And I think it might be worthwhile for somebody to go there. And I don't know if that land could be used for ag land at some time or timber sales or something. But anyway, I've been watching the legislative discussion that's been going on. And one of the topics was a couple of people from Southeast talked about the fact that if for the local community, it might be better, instead of using it for the carbon tax, is to allow timber sales, because that would put more money in the local. And right now, as far as I know, I don't think there's anything in any piece of that legislation. If they would, the state, would use that 111,000 acres. There would be, as far as I know, no cut. It's not like the pipeline going through, or maybe you could have something, for the borough. But so I think there may be some challenges there, and Mike and I have talked a little bit about it, but When we met with the commissioner, we were very, I think, pretty emphatic that we wanted some local control and have some local input on exactly what's going to be happening with that. So,
Yeah, that could influence our request, right? If they want to put it all on the carbon credit bank, they may not want to give us land for local use.
yeah. And from looking at the map, it's like in the Nancy Lake area and then over to the other side of the Parks Highway. I haven't seen a really good detailed map on it. And like I said, I don't know if it's state lands, that's the bottom line. But as you said earlier, we're pushing the state for as much of their land that we can get from them. And whether that, I don't know, would be classified ag land at some time or timber sales or what. So
I think
anyway, I'm just
it
throwing
would
it
be
out
a
there.
mix, right?
Pardon?
There'd be a mix. There'd be some of it we would want to get into private hands.
Yeah,
And,
yeah,
into-
depending, I mean, how close it is there in Nancy Lake regarding roads and things like that. So
I didn't know that. I want to find that map and see what they're.
I can take in, I mean, I have one that came in an email that I can take and text you with your boss's permission. Sorry, I generally try to go through the manager as much as possible, but since you're there. I'm sorry, do you
No,
have
I'm
some
good.
comments?
Thank you.
sir? Okay. Yes, go ahead.
One of the things you said you do land sales and specifically the foreclosures for Borough
Uh-huh.
that you do.
Yes.
And I know people that participated with them. One of the issues that they had is because basically they don't get the clear title and then they can't get title insurance for 10 years, or if they do jump through many hoops. Is there any way to address that issue in your department so that,
To guarantee title?
so that we can sell for more? Has that ever conversation been brought up?
Probably an attorney question, I think. I don't know. Is it state law regarding the right of redemption, sir?
I believe Assemblymember Fonoff is talking about the fact that it's a quitclaim deed.
Yeah.
And so so the quality of the title that the borough gives is up to the borough. I will tell you that the borough attorney's office is in full support of doing it by quitclaim because it minimizes legal claims that can be brought against the borough. We do get title litigation reports and we give them to people who come for the sales when they're tax foreclosures. But it is a 100% policy call. If the assembly decides we want to give people warranty deeds, then if there's a problem with the title, we have to defend it. But because these are tax foreclosures, the borough's interest is really legally to collect taxes. So our only interest is get what the taxes are owed. We don't want the property. We don't want to be involved with the property. We just want our taxes paid. So that's one of the reasons they're quitclaimed. It's not required that it's quitclaimed by state law.
Is there a time period for redemption in a state law regarding?
The redemption works against the borough. So when you foreclose on a piece of property, once you get judgment, you wait for the redemption period for a year. Then we get clerk's deed. And unless it's dedicated to a public purpose, sold to another party, or held on to for more than 10 years, then somebody can come repurchase it up until that point. So at the point it's sold, the former record owner's right to repurchase goes away. And I believe what Assemblymember Fonoff is talking about is there are people who come to our tax foreclosures, they buy properties, and there may be some liens out there and whatnot, and they have to go cure that and maybe file a quiet title action, things of that nature. Again, our interest typically has been to collect taxes, but if the assembly says, beef up those procedures, it's not illegal. It's a judgment call. It's a policy call.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, one more.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
And the second, to follow up to the sales question is there a reason why your department conducted the sealed bid versus just openly who bids the highest? That was another question.
So like a public auction versus a sealed bid, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because
sir?
currently I believe it's a sealed bid, and then so you never.
And if we don't get bids, then it goes to an open.
Correct.
Right.
But why isn't that not open like that? Is there a reason why it's specifically the priority goes to a sealed bid and technically a person it doesn't know who's the second follow-up bidder type of thing. Basically, it just goes to the highest bidder, but not necessarily to the one that hires.
I know what you're saying, and honestly, I don't have an answer to that, that particular, why we would, do the graduated approach from sealed, but I'll find out.
Yeah, it'd be
I'll let you
interesting,
know.
because I think if it was open like that, my experience, the ones that did not get sold in a sealed bid, once they go to the public like this, people get excited and the prices seem to go
You
up,
think
even though
we could make more revenue that way?
just, that's the observation that I had
Oh,
based on the
I'm
experience.
willing to try it if we can.
Are we covered under state law something, Mr. Attorney, regarding how we have to handle the foreclosed sales?
No, there's no state law governing how we do the sale either.
Okay.
Our duty is to take the property, and then if it's not retained for a public purpose, to sell it so that the taxes are collected.
Mhm.
And then the former record owner, of course, can come, even, so if the tax is owed on a piece of property, or let's say $5,000,
Mhm.
and the property sells for $50,000,
Mhm.
the person who owned it before gets to come to the borough and say, I get the other 45, and they do. It's called excess proceeds. So the borough doesn't necessarily get the benefit of that. However, we do have a duty when selling property to try and maximize its value, because that prior record owner may still have a residual property interest in saying, hey, you can't just willy-nilly sell it for, pennies on the dollar. You have to try to at least get an amount for it, which is one of the reasons we do, competitive bid. What we could look into, the methods, but doing it by competitive bid and saying, well, we're not just going to take the first person in the door, helps maximize the former record owner's interest
Mhm.
for excess proceeds. But it's not governed by state law, the exact method,
Okay.
how we do it.
And many of those do have liens on them, and the lien holders get that money before the former owner too, so. But I'll ask the question of those that know more about it than I do.
But it sounds like that even if you put them all out to bid, that the borough wouldn't necessarily make more money, right?
That's what the state statutes don't contemplate that the borough does this to make money.
Yeah.
We do it to recoup our taxes, the penalty, interest, and costs of foreclosure. And after that, under the eyes of the state law, we're made whole. So if there's extra money out there, it goes to the former record owner. Now they have to come make a claim for it. They have to ask for it.
Mhm.
So there are circumstances that it does come to the borough if they don't come ask for it.
Okay.
But the statutes don't contemplate that it's automatically ours.
Okay. Assembly person two.
So I participated in a couple of those auctions. So the state used to do a bid, and you got the higher bidder wins. And then they used to go to the sealed bid, and now they're back to the higher bidder wins, and you go on the online and you just bid right there. And so like some people wait to the last minute and they try to bid. Well, then the state says, sorry, Charlie, another 5 minutes goes on. So that gives all those other folks that were sitting there an opportunity to bid again.
Mhm.
So watching the state do it, they did the bid first where you would be a high bidder. Then they went to the sealed bid, and now the sealed bid's gone and they went back to the high bidder. I don't know if that helps, and it's on the computer, so I don't know if it would help you too.
I just know from our perspective, I'm always honestly in a hurry to get rid of these foreclosed properties because they quickly become an issue in the neighborhoods that they're in, as far as, all kinds of problems. And we deal with complaints on them on a week in, week out basis. And so they're really a problem to manage. So I like to sell them fast.
Okay. Yeah. Now, Deputy Mayor. Okay, go ahead.
Have we updated our policy in regards to chairs in line while people sit in their cars and it's cold out for before the next one? I'm just teasing, but kind of. So I know that was kind of
I heard about that one as well. I don't know that we've updated our policy, but we have changed the way we are handling the folks coming in the building. I need 3 code compliance officers.
Yeah. I'm glad I wasn't there.
We
that
should
day,
have
but
taken
yeah.
that break. Any other question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Seriously, does anybody want a break or we don't? Okay, all right, so it's 8:20, so let's come back at 8:30. And before we have the next presentation, Mike would like to get your mouth full now. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
While they're coming, I'm going to roll back a comment I made a minute ago. Sometimes you say something and you wish you hadn't said it. It got away from me. When I made the joke about libraries, I would hate for somebody to infer that I was speaking ill of libraries or library staff. That joke was intended to be around the conversation that's occurred around the shelving of certain books and whatnot. So I just wanted to clarify for the record that I did not mean that in any way to be inferred as derogatory towards libraries. It was meant as a joke to Eric Phillips. So if I could do it again, I would retract that statement. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, sir. Yep, go ahead. Yep. You got a
Okay.
clicker? Yep. You got
Good to
your-
go?
Yep,
All
yes.
right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly members, fellow staff. I'm Chris Loskar. I'm the Animal Care Director. And tonight I'd like to speak with you for a little bit about animal care and regulation, who we are, what we do, where we're at, where we're going, and what we need to get there. So a little overview on animal care, who we are. We are a non-area wide agency. We do cover all of Matsu Borough and all domestic animals in the borough. As a non-area wide agency, we do not have jurisdiction within the city limits of Palmer, Wasilla, or Houston, but we do have contracts with those cities to allow the residents to utilize our facility and our services, and also provides for emergency response by our officers into the cities. Our mission, we're here to provide for the health and safety of our community and to expeditiously provide for the most appropriate outcomes of the animals in our care. And then how do we serve our community? We have 3 different divisions and they all serve in their own unique ways. Our officers respond to everything from barking complaints to large seizure cases, classifications of animals that attack. Our shelter staff are responsible for the daily care of all of the animals that we have and all of our customer service transactions. And we also have the only shelter in the state of Alaska with our own internal vet clinic and our vet staff. So feel free to peruse our department information. What I want to focus on is we have a team of 25 staff. It's a mix of on-call and full-time staff. Currently 16 full-time. We are looking to add 1 more full-time staff member, and that'll be a veterinary assistant, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. We also have a host of volunteers and fosters that augment our full-time and on-call staff. So we have 3 divisions, but we are one team. Like I said, we have our shelter operations side, we have our enforcement operations, and our vet operations. Vet operations is where we require the most support right now. One of the reasons we're looking for a veterinary assistant is to improve our surgical workflow. That's one of the bottlenecks that we have. One of our goals is to reduce the amount of time the animals spend in shelter. And one of the areas that bottlenecks is when they're waiting for surgery for spays and neuters. So if we have that extra set of trained hands, that'll allow us to get more surgeries done. That will have somebody that can prep the animal, and then it moves into the care of the vet and the vet technician. And then most importantly, post-surgery, when they're recovering from anesthesia, that vet assistant will be there for them. This improves the quality of care, improves the outcomes. One of the other benefits to this is we are currently working with University of Alaska and their vet assistant program, Career Tech's vet assistant program. We're also working with UA for their development of their vet technician program. Providing us with this position will also provide a young and highly motivated individual in our community a good entry-level job opportunity. Of note, the picture in the middle, I did crop it. Manager Brown is sitting behind the dogs there, and that was taken after a very close encounter he had with that little monster right there. So,
I feel the need to clarify, Madam Mayor, if I could.
You're gonna be rolling back another thing.
That little guy, Tank, as he was known, tried to whittle on my jacket arm. I think he was feeling in a marking mood. That's what happened.
you handled it very professionally, sir. All right. So looking at our statistics are following the national trends and actually international trends. We are plugged into shelters across the country, in Canada, Europe, and Australia, and they're all seeing the same things. We're seeing increased intake numbers. Our intake rate increased significantly between the third and fourth quarter of 22, over 16%. Fortunately, it leveled off over the first quarter of this year. It only rose by 1% over that. But we're intaking about 3,000 animals per year. In 22, it was just under that. So thus far, our accomplishments, one of the big things that we've done is we've actually rebuilt our volunteer foster and our rescue partnership programs. The rescue partnership has been a real game changer for us. We are getting animals out to the rescues in record numbers right now. In 2022, it was 294 animals we got out to rescue in 1 year. We have 200 out to rescue in this quarter. We established a relationship with the SPCA, and that opened up the opportunity for the Northern Tier Shelter Initiative Fellowship. This is a phenomenal opportunity for us between the SPCA and University of Wisconsin-Madison's vet program. It provides a lot of development opportunities to our management. It's also opened up relationships with the SPCA to help build our community spay-neuter programs and a lot of other training opportunities, including our fear-free certification that all of our staff have. So we're continuing to build these relationships, benefit from them, and we're continuing to get our staff trained up to the best we can. So our major goals for 2024, we have several projects that are in the works right now. We used our facility needs assessment and as a tool, along with our employee engagement survey, to focus and prioritize where our funds are going to make improvements. So our back 40, I've spoken with you about that before. That's the improvements to the rear of our property. Dog kennel renovation is really top of the list right now. Our main dog hall is in significant need of repair and upgrades. And then our front counter renovation as the funding allows. This is where the CIP deferred maintenance project money ties in. So one of the things that we are doing is we're just building our capacity for care. We don't look at our capacity and what we can physically house. We look at the number of animals we can humanely take care of. Building for capacity for care includes, decreasing our in-shelter stay times, providing a better environment for the animals when they're with us, and providing the best possible medical care to them also. We are continuing to develop our community outreach. It's, I think, one of the most rewarding things that we do. We are continuing with our site visits to the Maple Springs facilities, the Pioneer Home, and just getting out and being part of our community. So I think these three photos really kind of sum up what we do. Officer Dickinson there is one of our newer officers. Kaylee Dosser is one of our full-time shelter assistants. They're extremely dedicated, very hardworking. And then our this gentleman right here is a client from the Pioneer Home, and just going there and taking our animals there, it really makes a difference for these folks. And it really goes to show, that we are animal advocates and community servants. So I like to keep things as brief as possible. I do thank you for your time and your consideration. And if you have any questions, I'd be glad to take those now.
We had a request from a constituent, and you probably know this already, but April 30th is Therapy Dog Day. And so we are on the 27th going to have him at our borough meeting that is going to be held in Wasilla. And I don't know if that could be something you could do, tag on, at the animal care, because I know you do some of the promotion type things, sort of what's going on, on holidays and things like that. But anyway, we just firmed that up this afternoon with him. He has was it a bulldog? Is that what he said it was? And he goes to the Pioneer Home. Harmony, I think the dog's name is. And so he just called that to our attention. So we decided to do that. So that'll be on our agenda on the 27th. And that meeting is in Wasilla at the Menard Center. Anyone else have any questions or comments? Yes, Assemblyperson 2.
So can I bring my dog to the dog pound and get it worked on? Like with the surgeons or the medical care, or how does that work?
Through the mayor. We don't provide services to the general public, vet services to the general public.
So that'd be for like a dog that got hit by a car or something?
Yes, through the mayor. So if one of our officers picks up an animal that's been struck, or if a Good Samaritan brings an animal to us, we'll provide stabilizing services to it, and we'll try to find the owner. If we do find the owner, then they will assume responsibility and take it to a private veterinarian.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, through the mayor. Sorry. One of the bullet points on FY 2023 accomplishments says, begin a new proactive approach to compassion fatigue. Can you speak in just what compassion fatigue is?
Through the mayor, certainly. The environment that our team works in is high stress, and they do have to deal with, it's not just puppies and kittens. They deal with a lot of very difficult situations, from, dangerous animals to euthanasias. And we do euthanize, and that does take a toll on our staff. So it's one of the things that we recognized is the effect that has on them. And so we decided to look at what options that we have. So we have been working with human resources to find a dedicated counselor that we could use for our staff. And we've also been working on developing our own internal peer support program.
Thank you. The other question I have is, do you guys ever, or have you ever applied for any grants in the past to help with any of this? There's a cost associated with this. We $2.9 million budget, but have we ever written or asked for any grants out there for things like this to help with it?
Through the mayor. There have been grants that have been applied for in the past. I do not know the details of any of those. I am looking into grant opportunities right now, though.
Thank you.
Further questions? Okay.
One last one.
Oh, sure.
Are you seeing an influx of animals because of the price of dog food? Or
Through the
Go ahead,
mayor.
sir.
So we are seeing economic impacts are the primary reason that we are seeing owner surrenders and, potentially stray animals. So that's the number one reason for the increase. People just can't afford daily care, let alone vet care these days.
we were feeding Nutri-Nugget and it was $27.99 at Fred Meyer's. Then it went to 36 at Costco and now it's $64 a bag
Ooh.
at Fred Meyer's, or $62.44, something like that. It's pretty outrageous from what it was recently, so in the last year and a half or so.
Wow.
Through the mayor, one of the things that we do offer, we have a community food pantry. So we get donated food to the shelter. We have a contract with the Hills Company to provide food for our shelter animals, but all the food that is donated to the shelter, we store, and then we do food assists to the community. And our food assists are through the roof these days. But it's another service we offer.
You guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
On average, is there a number of how much you're keeping in the shelter, animals? Do you know what the average range is?
So through the mayor, we were averaging about 200 animals, and that's cats, dogs, and then small animals, livestock, things like that. We were averaging about 200 a day. Today, we are at 177.
One more. If you need anybody to adopt a pig or a cow,
So
Through the mayor, Assembly Member Benir, I will put you on the list, sir.
I'll continue.
Yes. go ahead.
So I guess my question is because shelter is probably of those animals is one of the more it adds up to a large amount of money, correct? To shelter the animals, it's expensive. And I guess my question is your department kind of trying best to try to, as soon as they're healthy or whatever, to give them up for adoption, so return it? Or is there kind of, based on how many animals you have, it benefits you to have more animals? I guess my question is, are we serving that as just a temporary in and out, or is it something that almost like department grows and then we have to invest more money into it?
So through the mayor, our goal is always to get animals in, processed, and then back out as quickly as possible. We do not want to warehouse animals or keep them for extended periods of time, because it is shown to have, it has a negative effect on the animal the longer they stay in the shelter. So our goal is to get them turned around, get their surgeries done, spayed and neutered, vaccinated, microchipped, and back out the door, if we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All righty. Thank you, sir. I think that's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Have to turn the mic back on there, Tom.
Madam Mayor, Manager, Members of Assembly, my name's Tom Adams, Public Works Director. As most of you know, I've been in this position for about 9 or 10 months now, so this is my first opportunity to present to you on the budget issues. And for the past week or so, I've been fretting that with the manager, suggesting that, what do I need to say? What information do they want to know? And he says, don't worry about it. It's casual. I'll put you low on the list. You get to see the other directors and how they present and what questions they're asking. And I appreciate that, because now I see that through Director Barkley, I can actually phone a friend, and I reserved the opportunity to do that. And then Director Loskar showed me I need to next year to have pretty pictures. And pets and fluffy animals, and even better if I can get one that is about ready to mark on the manager's sport coat. So maybe I can leverage that. So, and yeah, no, it's been a great 9 months. Really interesting for, a little bit of history on the public works as it is now. A couple of years ago, this administration took two different departments, capital projects and public works, and collapsed them into one. Each of those two departments had two divisions at that time. Still the same divisions we have nowadays. We had PD&E, or pre-design engineering, project management, operations and maintenance, facility maintenance, and solid waste. But what was hidden in that is the way that all those four divisions actually operated back then. The types of roles and responsibilities each of them had under those two departments is very different than what they are now. And specifically, O&M roles and responsibility with respect to projects and actually doing and managing projects is no longer. How we use PD&E nowadays, in the past, they were used to effectively manage road projects, and project management is effectively vertical projects. And, so the changes in the organization into one department happened prior to my time, but the impacts and how to re-engage with each of the divisions is something that in the early months of my time here was kind of a challenge, because I had to retrain, if the word retrain is correct, a couple of divisions and how and what responsibilities they had, kind of have them release some of those personal feelings of responsibility for things that they are no longer doing, and kind of rechange of habits. But, I feel really well 10 months into this now that each of the divisions is really charging forward and doing the things, and we got some really positive efforts going on. There's been a lot of turnover in some of the divisions, and O&M being one of them, but I feel really good about how each of the divisions is moving forward. So on that note, I guess which one is it? Which button? Forward? Nope. Worn off one. I heard that earlier. I got my slide here. Again, I get to blame this on Cheyenne. I heard that was something we do as well. Everything is blamed on Cheyenne. So, finance put this together for me, and you'll see, effectively two line items here. We have public works budget, and we got solid waste. So let me add some context to that. So as I said earlier, I got four divisions, pre-design and engineering and project management. I'll call those the projects. They're two different divisions, but effectively they're projects. They work in tandem with one another, one standing projects up, one executing and completing projects. We have operations and facility maintenance. We get the burden and the responsibility after things are built to make sure they stay functioning and running and maintained. And those are in that first line item there, public works budget. And then you got solid waste, which makes sense to be on its own because it's an enterprise fund, basically funded based on its own rates and fee structure, not on an area-wide basis. You can see the number there on our FTEs. We're effectively asking for an addition of a little over 1 FTE for this fiscal year. As the manager expressed earlier, some of that difference is the fact that we're collapsing on-call positions and creating a regular full-time position to support the body. I would suggest Public Works is one of the largest departments in the borough. So with the addition of 1 FTE is a fairly small ask. I'm not going to go through each of the slides as far as each of the bullets on the slides. When presented with the structure of this, I went back and forth and how we actually bring this together. So again, I'm going to break it down into projects, PD&E and PM. I see them, again, they're two different divisions, but they help one another. So we got pre-design and engineering and project management on the left side with their fiscal 23 accomplishments. Our pre-design group, even in the PD&E side, we have pre-design and engineering. So the name is as it sounds. We got a group that really does the planning, the analysis, the initial evaluation of projects, really builds the structure of a project, goes out and does initial groundwork. We got a survey group nowadays that does some fantastic work with doing surveys for the borough, either through establishing rights of way for road projects, assisting community development with land entitlement surveys, supporting the PMRE projects previously, using drones to go out and do topo surveys. So, got a good structural group there. I've got 2 staff members one with a professional land surveyor that does some great work. Also, like I said, helps manage the assets that are acquired with the PMRE. Got the engineering group. Right now, I have in that division, I have 2 licensed engineers. I also have another degreed engineer who just this past week tested for his PE. His results will be known here soon. We'll make sure to give him the accolades he deserves once those results are found. But from the most part, to have, I fully expect to have 3 licensed engineers in the engineering division. But they're doing some really good things. In this past year, we updated the subdivision construction manual. That's an ongoing and living document that's constantly being revised in reaction to, developments that are a fast-growing community. I think, as I've shared with others, that I think that manual itself is probably carrying a little bit too much load for what it was intended for, and so that we may see some changes in that going forward. I'll speak to that in a few minutes. The engineering section is also helping build the TIP 23 package, which is also one of our goals for fiscal 24, and I'll speak to that. And of course, we got other things, there's subdivision plats. We have engineering group evaluating and participating, making comments, making sure they're consistent, not only with the code, but sure good engineering practice for our road design standards are being met. And then last year, our engineering section also really heavily supported our drainage with the heavy wet fall that we had. They were on many calls going to evaluate complaints of flooding, trying to evaluate how or where the borough should try to do something to improve that. In many cases, those problems are caused by private development in the wrong place. And so, in many cases, there wasn't much we could do. Moving on to project management, I effectively have those broken down into a civil group and a vertical group. I call them horizontal and vertical. Horizontal being a roads, drainage type of environment. Again, pretty proud of the fact that we got this past year, we stood up all 20 TIP 21 projects. So at the beginning of last year, we had RFPs. We had a couple projects that were grants that we executed those with getting that money out to the community, but also just getting some of these projects starting in design and under contract. So good progress being made there. We also had the RSA projects that has a lot of progress there, 10 miles of roadways, paved 6 miles. So, taking some gravel and making them into paved surfaces. And of course, the manager showed earlier some of our capital projects important. The borough places a high priority on fish passage. So we're making continuous progress on fish passage projects. And then, of course, we had Houston Middle School, and we had 7 emergency service projects, 8 capital projects, and some others. Our overlap in the project management section, the PD&E section, goes across all other departments. Many of the other directors I would just say all other directors that came up, this evening made mention of projects that are specific to their department, but have fingerprints of Public Works on them, either to plan them, execute them, or otherwise help them to move forward. So for fiscal 24, what does PD&E look like? Well, for me, again, using the structure of that division is, there's a lot of things that the borough probably doesn't do as well as we should. And I'm hoping to do a better job with our licensed engineers to move those things forward. For example, standing up the TIP 23 package that we're going to continue to bring information to you here. So for your approval for the November ballot, hopefully. As I said earlier, the subdivision construction manual is carrying a larger burden, I think, is expected to. We're currently working on a design criteria manual that will, I would hope, would effectively encompass the subdivision construction manual and then build upon it for other elements of work. We're working on things like traffic calming, which we know is a problem across many of our subdivisions where we have speeding traffic within a residential area where kids are playing in very sensitive environments. And of course, the first piece they call is the Matsu Borough, the mayor, to try to get the borough to help them resolve areas. So we need to find ways to improve those situations. by code, Public Works is required to collect traffic data. We lost our traffic technician a couple years ago, and since that time, the borough just has failed to collect traffic data. So we are re-engaging in that effort. We've recently installed some equipment that, or excuse me, we recently purchased some equipment that we're looking to install with some of our road improvement projects this year. That'll be permanent traffic recorders that allow us to continue to pick up that equipment and those traffic data. I heard Assemblymember Yunt speak earlier about the importance of maintaining the infrastructure that we build, whether it be roads or whether it be buildings. One of the other milestones that I'm hoping that we can start and stand up this year is a pavement management program to really assess our roadways across the borough. That we do a great job on identifying and building roads, but come 10, 15, 20 years later, we still have the same pavement down there. We've done our best to put crack sealing down to make these things stretch out. And now we're just on we're driving across roadways that are deserving to be rebuilt. And yet we don't really allocate the time or effort to dedicate funding or to identify the roadways that we should be planning to repave on a certain period of time. So we're looking to build a pavement management program. And on the facility side, you're speaking to assuming responsibility for school buildings, and I think that's appropriate. But I would also remind you, we have borough buildings that, this one we're standing in, for instance, that we need to properly plan for deferred maintenance, so that we're not getting stuck with surprises in every occasion. So I'm looking to put together a facility management or a blueprint plan that takes a look at borough buildings and tries to look 3, 5, maybe 10 years out and try to program funds to go that are dedicated to actually, maintain our buildings and not let them fail. Boy, we can go on and on. You can see all those bullets. I said I wasn't going to read them, but I effectively am. Project management. In this fiscal 24, obviously starting in July and running into next year, we will have an additional 12 TIP 21 projects underway. So we're making great progress on that, and then effectively continuing to support the RSA projects. On the vertical side, Matsu Central, that's kind of another great progress we're making there. Just spoke with the school district this morning. We're looking to put that one advertising towards the end of the month with the intent of bringing that to you for approval, hopefully in one of your June meetings. Station 39, another great new fire station that we're looking to do here locally, that we've been working really close with DES to get going. The Gateway Visitor Center. You heard Dave earlier, the port manager, talk about Port McKenzie pile sleeves and barge ramps. I know that's in my time here with the manager, he's been really focused on trying to find ways of getting economy out of the port. And again, that RoRo ramp has a lot of opportunity for it. And so we're really trying to get that push forward. There's been a lot of discussion about maximizing the EDA grant and the pile sleeves and trying to find ways of having some funds left over for that to at least make some forward progress on the RoRo ramp. I would also recognize we got to find some other dollars to move forward with that. So, I mean, from the project side, the PD&E and PM, you see there's a lot of activity, both ongoing and looking forward. As an engineer with 30 years of consulting in traffic and transportation and site development, I guess my heart is in transportation. And one of the things when I came to work here with the borough, I really tried hard to get the manager to agree to allow us to continue working on the tip packages. Let's not lose progress, because even as a consultant, there was just too cyclical as far as moving up and down, too much time in between. There's a lot of traction lost, a lot of momentum lost. And so I really hope that we can find a way to continue to allow to find a way to fund the TIP 23 and at least let it go to the voters in November, recognizing the challenges of the budget. I hope that we can find a way to make that happen. We've also talked about the parts of TIP 21 being potentially underfunded in order to complete in the manner that they were prepared. And so that's going to be a challenge for us to continue to talk about and find ways to get our TIP 21 and our TIP 23 fully funded.
Just a minute, sir. Deputy Mayor, did you have comments?
There's no rush. I can ask him when he's done. I just got a few comments and questions, but yeah.
You want to do it now or
Sure.
at the end?
Yeah, well, is that okay with you? Or whatever's
Absolutely.
best for you. So a couple little things. RSAs, I know we're going to be writing our own scopes now. I just wanted to ask how that was going and if you guys are starting to get stuff ready to put out on bonfire. And so if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So we just recently had a conversation with our contractors, brought them all in under the O&M kind of side of things. And one of the things we talked about is between now and the end of this fiscal year, trying to take use of some of the operational dollars and put together spending. We've got there's probably about 5 or 6 RSAs that have enough money to make it worthwhile to try finding ways to develop scopes and put those out. And so our project management division, Dustin Spidell, one of our degreed engineers, is working with O&M to actually identify where that can be put together. And with the intent of doing so, to put that out on bonfire. I can tell you our RSI contractors aren't super excited though about it being put on bonfire, because where it was negotiated directly with them before, now they're going to have to compete. So from their perspective, it doesn't fully address, there's some of their concerns, but yes, we are working on putting that out. As you can imagine though, here in Alaska, and you look out the window now, our construction starts are probably delayed a little bit longer now. So we got weight limits and we got,
And
we got
that's
ground
part of-
conditions that are probably going to limit some of that earthwork to about the month of June.
Yeah. And that's kind of part of the reason why I was asking. We do have a really short season. Even on a year that we don't have this much snow, we got road restrictions. We've got fiscal year end that we kind of slow down a little bit and take a breather for accounting purposes. Then we get into the rainy season pretty quick, right? And it is really difficult to do good work and a lot of it during the rainy season. So yeah, we have a short season, and hopefully Dustin and the guys can start getting stuff out there for people to bid as soon as possible. And in those 6, 7 RSAs, whatever. I mean, I understand they can't all do a bunch of work, but the savings, the amount and the savings in this RSAs have climbed the last few years. And I think people would rather have rebuilt roads and upgraded roads than money sitting in our accounts over here. So you guys are doing a great job, and I'm excited to see that happen. So I would like to back up, if you don't mind, to your page 33 there, your department information and budget. And I'm not picking on you, but I got a couple questions for you. So the public work budget, you're asking for a 10.7% increase. I could see that being in line with market conditions and everything, but the solid waste is a 28.3%. I'm sure there's good reasoning for it, but I would like, if you could, to speak to that.
Sure, absolutely. So what's not recognized here is these line items include capital costs. It's not just operating budgets. And so for this upcoming fiscal year, we have we have a large capital spend year. We've got the leachate management facility that's going to absorb some. We got a desire to do an expansion on cell 4, and altogether our capital request for the solid waste side of things is about $6.4 million.
Okay, awesome. And then we also got a road. I think we're gonna upgrade our entrance and stuff in there, so people don't have to wait as long. So
That's exactly right.
That's in there. Okay, that's awesome. That makes
So
me
for
feel-
context, our operating budget this year over last year. So last year was about 7.8, and that was budgeted, not actual. So there's some adjustments there too. It'll probably come backwards on last year or this current fiscal year. Fiscal 24, looking forward, is 8.4 of that 15.5 million, or excuse me, 8.9. I can tell you most of the increase between the two operating budgets between fiscal 23 and 24 is our recently approved compaction contract. It was $1.1 million difference between the 2 years.
Yep. Okay. And then the last question I got is, if we do work out a deal with the school district and we take back the responsibility of the deferred maintenance and the large projects that need to be done in the future, do you have the capacity to do that with your staff?
Simple answer is no, not right now. Obviously the school district and their facility maintenance side has a much stronger team of players than we do.
Yeah, and I think that if something did happen, I think we would leave all the day-to-day maintenance, the flooring, the paint, all that stuff over there. We would only take back the major stuff. But you don't need to answer me right now. In fact, I know you can't probably answer me right now, but something to think about. And as we progress forward in the budget season and the manager maybe talks to their superintendent, as we move forward.
No,
with it.
absolutely.
So there's already that collaboration. It's kind of the top point around tip. We had all this capital influx and now it's tapered off. So we need to find a better happy medium that doesn't look like, these crazy peaks and valleys. That's what's really difficult to manage from a staffing perspective, in my opinion, is find something that's more sustainable and stay in that band instead of having these wild peaks and valleys.
Thank you. That was a great answer. And that makes me feel a lot better too about if we do continue down that road, because again, it goes through their elected officials and through their staff, and they determine what their priority is. And then we're just the folks with the money, which should be fine. That's how it should be. So thank you.
Was Academy Charter in anything in the 24 goal or year 24 goals?
It's not in our goals right now. I do know there's ongoing conversation to start. Recently, the school district recently asked us to start planning for their site layout, look ahead a little bit. So we're not trying to plan as we're designing. So we're at the very infancy of that effort right now.
Okay. So I had gotten an email from Cornerstone General Contractors, and they had actually canceled the Academy Charter due to uncertainty of the state funding in the Matsu School District, along with the Academy Charter School, has requested the project be put on hold / canceled for this year. Be at Cornerstone. Thank you for your consideration. I didn't know if it was part of your.
There's two parts to that. One is I wasn't aware that we were looking to bid anything yet this year for that particular project. And second is, the conversation I just had with school district just this past week was to start planning, so to look at where, their hopes for an expansion might be on the borough-owned property over there. So, yeah, I'm not aware of anything that would have instigated a canceling of a project.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry,
Do you still have?
I was for.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I was wondering, I forgot to advance it and I went up and it's advanced. Somebody's controlling me, my handler. All right. Well, now you're going to see a little bit. So, really comfortable about talking about transportation and site development and O&M's, kind of that transition. You're going to see my weakness is solid waste. So we'll go, you'll see it expose itself. But, operations and maintenance, like I said, a couple of years ago, operation and maintenance really had they were one of the two divisions within Public Works, and they did a lot of things that I would not consider to be operations and maintenance. And, that's changed nowadays. I'm trying to get them back to being just that, just responsible for operating and maintaining facilities. So let me share how we see O&M being right now. We've gone through a lot of changes past year, a lot of challenges with O&M. We've also reorganized it internally within division. We created another layer of leadership within management positions to take over the operations, which I consider to be the roadside, and facility maintenance, which is the buildings, the fleet, the custodial. And so we've got two layers in there now with organized teams that now rest underneath our division manager, Don Thomas. So I'll speak to the operation side. Obviously the roads, we did the task force this past year. That was effectively a summer's worth of attendance at meetings that culminated in a pretty good report. We recently we're in the process of updating the road service area operating manual. We've submitted it to the LRSA for their comment. Problem reporter. Man, this thing, it's a great success, but it's also a great challenge because, and the fact that it does use crowdsourcing to get the information, you make things easy for people and they will take advantage of that. So I know I don't have stats here myself. I did see them on some other slides about the volume of reports that we get. In the past, those were all hand done either by a hotline on a phone, which we still have. It is a challenge in and of itself. But, I would say it's a success in the fact that people now have a venue for them to be our eyes and ears, but it is a challenge to report to frivolous complaints in many cases, repetitive complaints for the same thing that, we're maybe not getting to as quickly as we should or can. And it will be, what I told the contractors 2 weeks ago is it's not going away. We're just going to continue to find ways to make it better. So we're doing that. I think problem reporting, and it's not just the roadside. Problem reporter is being used for other departments and for other occasions. But here you see 153 average views a day. And I can tell you at different periods of the winter, we had over 1,000 complaints, challenging for staff to try to monitor and get down. Last I saw it, we're down in the 150 some now. So I know Dawn's doing a great job in monitoring that and getting those attended to. So,
Okay, yes, this assembly person too, go ahead.
Through the mayor, have we figured out, or are we working on some kind of mechanism on the problem reporter for the chronic complainer that complains constantly that he's got a 2-foot berm and they go out there and it's only 6 inches? Do we have something to help relieve manpower that's going to those type of calls?
So through the mayor. So Assembly Member 2, one of the discussion points that came up recently is to require photos, for instance. So when somebody makes a report or wants to file a report, specifically berms, because that is a large part of our complaints when people, even I as a property owner, when I just get out done, snow blowing or shoveling my driveway and then the plow comes through, I don't care if it's 4 inches, 6 inches, 12 inches, it sets a guy off in a mood. It's like, I just cleaned my damn driveway. Now what? And then when you're told that it's 10 inches and, a contractor's not responsible to do anything for it, it sets people off. But that's the obligation we've given to our contractors, right? So, are they responsible for doing it? So what we're going to require is that people actually physically take a picture of the berm that they're complaining about. So our contractors, when they get that report, can see the report real time and not have to travel out onto site, spend time and effort to go verify that it is or is not something they should attend to. So, but we're working with GIS. This just came out. I think it's a great idea. And how does it extend to all the other complaints? We got to kind of figure that out. Like I said, just in the past few months, we've made so many manipulations of Problem Reporter trying to make it better and better. And I think we're getting there. It'll probably never be a perfect reporting system. Where they say perfect is the enemy of good.
Thank you.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor.
Just curious, I don't know that Moki probably knows, but I don't know if the rest of us do. I surely don't. But at what point is the contractor responsible for the berm? So can you speak to that, just so that if anybody ever calls us and complains, we could say, well, if it's less than this, then.
Sure, through the mayor. So right now by contract, our annual road service maintenance contracts stipulate 12 inches measured on the property side of the berm.
Okay.
So you get a clean street that comes through. You don't get to measure from the clean side.
Yeah.
You got to measure from your side. So if you're not taking care of your driveway, that buildups up there, then that just means that berm can be higher, I guess. So it's 12 inches though, measured on the property.
Measured on the driveway side. Okay. And then the other thing is the other complaint that you see the berms on Matsu who not to use. And then the other one is the garbage cans.
Sure.
And I've had a call about, somebody called me specifically, contractor whacked my garbage can. It seems to me like it was too far out on the road, but I mean, how can you even hit a garbage can if it's not way out in the easement? So what do you guys do in that situation? What do you tell people in that situation? Because it seems like common sense to me. If it happened to it, they probably didn't have it in the right place, but that's just me. I don't know.
So through the mayor. So remember, you're absolutely correct. And again, it came up in our discussion with the contractors. There's two things that are problematic for our contractors. Trash cans is one of them. And then private snow being pushed into the public right of way. Okay. So speaking of the trash cans, one of the things that, and you're right, some of our contractors admitted, on a snow day that they got to come out there and those trash cans are out in the way. They're like bowling pins, it's how far can I toss it? I mean, these guys aren't bashful about saying so, because, whether people do it willingly or or without knowledge. I mean, you got to be sensible about it. You know, it's not just people putting their trash cans out there either. It's the vendors that sometimes when they, put them back down, don't put them back far enough. So a couple of things that we're doing, working with solid waste, my solid waste division manager who has relationships with those vendors, trying to educate them a little bit too. And then also talking in ways that we could perhaps, with their invoicing, have a flyer that went out and, that went with the bills to every property owner and said, here, please put your trash can this far back. Not threatening them the fact that they're going to be polling PIDs, but, trying to educate. We also did on the problem reporter site, there's a graphic that kind of helps to do that. I know Stefan went through so I'm around here earlier, a little fire this past fall when, we put out try to educate going into winter, people where they should put their trash cans. And we found the wisdom of red and green trash cans aren't so necessarily as neutral as we intended them to be, and so we had to be a little bit more careful about our red and green trash cans. We're not intending to blame anybody; we're just trying to educate. And then snow from private snow into public rights of way. I mean, we've had conversations here. The code does restrict. There is an element of code that allows the borough to go out and fine people for doing this. But I mean, just can you imagine the effort that would take to go out and fine everybody $300, I think it is. The reality of that happening is probably pretty close to zero.
I don't think we need to hire any more code enforcement officers. So no, I don't think that we should be out finding people for pushing. I mean, I know they shouldn't do it, but I think.
But you see the pain, and it's a recognizable problem, right? Because people push their snow out there and they have nowhere to go. They put it at the end of the driveway. It creates bulk snow, which is problematic from a grader standpoint, trying to come through and do a driveway. It tears up equipment. It's potentially a safety hazard for a grader operator that, could smash a nose across, when they come at an abrupt stop. It causes time and more dollars to these guys that are already effectively on a pretty streamlined budget for their maintenance contracts. I don't have an answer for it. It's an ongoing discussion. We've talked about with code compliance, the officers that we do have, not the new ones that you guys are going to hire, but, where these things come into play, putting out some kind of mass mailing to a subdivision, trying to identify. Here's what we did on Problem Reporter. We created an opportunity for neighbors and contractors to actually make a report back to the borough areas where they've observed private snow being pushed into the rights of way. So the only thing that's going to tell us is there's a problem. When we see a repetitive problem, we can go notify somebody, hopefully, make them do something different. If we got somebody that's completely being ignorant about it, then perhaps that is an opportunity to slap a fine.
Yeah.
Assembly Person 2.
The Mayor, years ago, what happened was the road superintendents would have lath and they'd have pink signs and they would staple the sign to the lath and then shove it in the hole or shove it on the pile, right? And then hopefully that embarrassed the neighbor enough that they didn't do it again or whatever. I'm just saying what was done in the past. You may not have known.
Right, through the mayor and some member too. I know exactly, but I've also heard from those RSA superintendents that it was pretty ineffective. They'd find the lath on the ground or, some silhouette of a couple fingers sticking back at you, So, it's a problem. Our contractors have been aggressively pursued by private property owners. I mean, I've heard reports of pistols being pulled on our contractors. So it's not something to be taken lightly sometimes.
Deputy Mayor.
Last question for me. So in my 2 previous budget seasons since being elected, I've seen different assembly members ask for and usually receive community-wide cleanup dollars in their district or in a certain area of their district. I think a more general and fair approach to it may be a free period of time. I know we send out these mailers to folks to go to the dump for save a little bit of money, but we spend a lot of money on that to send out those mailers. If there was an effort made by the assembly to say make the dump free for a week or 3 days or 7 or whatever it may be, right, where anybody could go there with residential, not commercial guys, but what would be the ideal time of the year for that to happen? You don't have to answer that now, but if you could pick like, the week to have that happen, where you were just completely overwhelmed for a week, because it might be, anyway, what week would you like
I've
that
been
to
waved
be?
off.
Well, through the mayor, I'm going to request that we stay on the topic of budget, or we're going to run out of time. Unless you want to be here till midnight, but that's up to y'all. Yeah, we did just talk about that because that came up in strategic planning. So in a weekly post a couple of weeks ago, we talked about what
We did.
that might look like. Our proposal was, in a nutshell, do a $15 coupon instead of an $8 coupon, which creates, or a cubic yard, creates more value with the existing system and doesn't create this massive rush down 49th State Street. So we can talk some more about that.
Yeah, we discussed it pretty thoroughly.
We
Yeah.
did.
Go ahead, sir.
I don't think it should be just at the landfill. I think it should be borough-wide, all the transfer stations and everything, because it would be too much for the landfill. But borough-wide.
Okay,
That's the or 1 cubic yard part.
go ahead.
All right, so let's see here. We're on O&M. Again, operations, facilities. And don't forget our Talkeetna and the sewer water, which, I've made an emphasis of mine to try to address. We got an aging water system out there. I know the treatment plant was something that the borough had focused on and improved upon in the past few years, but now we got an aging water system that has not only a potential source issue, but also a capacity issue. So we do appreciate the fact that this assembly dedicated some ARP funds, a little over $1 million dedicated to that. And that we're looking to supplement with, we recently made a request for congressionally directed spending, Senator Murkowski's office, and hopefully that will come through. And then we're also looking at other grants and or loans, to help do some additional replacement of some aging water lines out there. Again, we've got some bullets under the facility side as well. Some good things going on there. Just not looking at always having to buy fleet vehicles. We're really looking at rehabilitating vehicles out there and extending their service lives. So there's some really good things going on in each of those units within the divisions. Looking at goals, continue to implement the recommendations through RSA task force. We're striving to take what that task force, the efforts of that task force, and really put those into play. You're going to see a few things on here that kind of relate to our request for capital that might not have come to fruition. For instance, signs nowadays. Trying to put up the new MUTC, manual on uniform traffic control devices. It's a national standard for signage. And the standards have changed. And so we've got to adapt to that. And when we have to go buy signs, the cost of the signs has gone incredibly high. And so Don has done a great job identifying how he met with the municipality of Anchorage, who makes their own signs, and put together some budgetary items that would allow us to potentially, with some initial capital spend, over time spend a lot less dollars manufacturing our own signs than it will cost us to actually procure signs to be made from vendors. So I bring that up because it is a bullet on there. It probably makes no meaning to you unless that capital line item gets approved. Warm storage buildings, another desire to have something. So, right now we have our boiler trucks that are parked in our bays all winter, and taking up space that's otherwise intended to be for servicing our fleet vehicles. But we can't leave those, those thaw trucks, let's just call them that, out in the cold. Otherwise we're at risk of, freezing them up and having them. So the warm storage building was intended to, something that we could store those vehicles and release that space in our current fleet service areas. Our MSB asset management plan, that's another really good one. We're really looking to take advantage of Cartograph. Cartograph's a project, kind of a companion software to like our Esri that we use, and it's an asset management program that's man, we're using the tip of it right now, and it's got so much opportunity for us to use, and will help us develop, some spending plans for, in the future to find out where we should be focusing our deferred maintenance costs. We're not quite ready to use it yet because it's just, that database is just starting to be used, but really excited about looking at how to use that. Matter of fact, I was so excited that, we transferred one of our employees to work under our GIS section because, I didn't talk that lingo. So we're starting to gain some benefit out of that staff move. Updating the Talkeetna sewer and water rules, rates, and procedures. That's going to be another big lift. And then, of course, I'm talking about the design and construct a new water source storage and piping out in Talkeetna. So that'll be another big effort that I'm hoping that we can do here in the next year or 18 months, put that project together. So if there's no questions on the O&M side, I was going to move to solid waste. I can make this real brief because it's one I'm least familiar with. So, here we got some stats, right? We had 18% increase in municipal solid waste, 9% increase in, hazardous waste. But what I think is important here, Jeff would do a better job explaining this than I am. They were able to, keep their budget within 2% year over year. So, even with all that increase in volume, we're still be able to keep our costs fairly flat. And you guys saw that in the rate schedules that you approved here in the past couple months. Community cleanup, 174 tons from 62 sites. To Mr. Tu's point, we got our transfer stations out there as well, and trying to take advantage of those coupons are intended to also recognize that out there as well. A lot of good work. You made mention earlier of the numbers up front. Like I said, we got $6.4 million worth of projects coming up this next year. Looking to do, we're looking to redo or relocate the landfill entrance. That's ongoing now. Actually, I think that just recently bid. So that is interesting out there. The new tipping floor. We got our leachate recirculation and evaporation, so much of our leachate now is, goes through our landfill and then is trucked to Anchorage. And so we're looking to reduce that. There might be a time here in the not too distant future when Anchorage won't accept that any longer. And so we're trying to address that by doing our own leachate recirculation. There's about a $4 million project that's we're looking to have approval and get going this year. We got a recycling and diversion. We recently got a shredder using about $1 million of ARP funds. That equipment's on site now. We're looking to do our training, and we'll probably do next month, start that up with our tire and brush shredding. And boy, just a continued investment. Obviously, we're looking to develop, we have been developing an extra cell by selling gravel, we're creating our own salted sand is what we're doing. We're also creating gravel products, but now we're looking this summer to perhaps allow that contractor to actually sell that gravel, take it off site, because we just can't use it in the time frame that we need to have that cell excavated. So we'll take some dollars in royalties and get that cell excavated at the same time. So there you go. That's solid waste.
Yes, Assembly Person 2, go ahead.
So on the leachate recycling, are you going to re-inject it into the ground? Is that what you're?
Yes, that is the design, is to, we got some header pipes, and then it'll, kind of just flush it through all the biomass.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Okay, I guess not. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mike, you're up, I guess, huh?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to stand in for Alex Strawn. I assure you I won't do as good of a job as he would do on this, but it will be shorter. Alex, I know you're online and you heard that. I'll pay for it tomorrow. And Lonnie, you'll help me out here. So on the department information, just to start out with the planning department, there is a request for 2 new FT. One of those has already been approved by the assembly. That was the right-of-way inspector that came to you a couple months ago. We did get that position hired, and that is specifically to help advance the number of permits that we can process within a short season. Admittedly, the borough hasn't always moved those permits in a timely manner, and that does jam up folks that are trying to get work done in a limited construction season. So we're hopeful that that will help expedite the process and create a better experience for folks that are receiving permits and needing those inspections and whatnot to move things forward. So that's in place. The second position is a 50-50 split between plating and development services to help improve access. So what happens is the public comes up to the permits that are counter, whether it's plating or whether it's development services where they want they have a permit question. It will grab a permit tech or a plating tech and take them off the work that they're doing to address an item that could be handled by an administrative assistant. So we want to have that customer experience because it's important, but we also want to keep those techs focused on things that only those techs can do. So this 50-50 split would service both divisions and allow us to have that presence 8 hours a day at that permit counter to handle those requests, interface with the public, and help them through whatever questions or process that they need assistance with. So that's what that additional position does. I think it's a good split because it helps out two different area-wide functions as opposed to just putting one in each division or something like that. And physically, the space is set up such that it kind of drives the folks to the same counter, the public to the same counter. So whether they're getting plating service or permitting assistance, they can go to that same counter and we can have somebody there to provide that assistance. As far as planning projects goes from a fiscal year, really this is intended to show you there's not a lot of an ask for planning studies or planning services right now in this operating budget. We did set some money aside tied to the MVP or the MPO specifically because we are still waiting to see if the state will provide funding to seed the stand up of that organization. So this is a relatively small ask that would cover the Matsu Borough's fees, if you will, to contribute to our part of this organization. You'll see a lot of zeros below that, but what we are intending to show in those outlying years, specifically for the LRTP, stormwater, and transit, there are likely going to be some future cost. These are just estimates at this point, so we'll be refining those as we advance those conversations around stormwater management and what those ongoing costs could look like, as well as transit and how that program may potentially develop. There'll be some decision points for the assembly in the coming months. We're not there yet, so we didn't propose anything in this fiscal year 2024 budget. So as far as accomplishments go, I'm not going to read you this slide. You can read this. Part of this is just to put it on the record and so that you're aware of all the different things that are occurring. I'm going to highlight just a couple. We've already had the opportunity to talk about the MPO, transit, and MS4 during the last joint assembly and planning commission meeting. So we've had an opportunity to kind of give you a deeper dive into that. And then during strategic planning, we talked in detail about the comprehensive plan. So those topics, we've already provided pretty detailed updates to the assembly. So I'm not going to go back into that again. Those are some of those larger ones. The other accomplishment I would like to recognize is this capital improvement plan redevelopment. I think they took what arguably was kind of a broken process, revamped it, socialized it, and then it actually turned out and worked out very well because now we actually have a capital improvement plan, which is important because when I sit down or when the staff sits down and we come up with a capital budget, we're looking at it through our lens, which is borough government. The CIP includes community input, and I think that's the important piece. So you see projects that may show up in the CIP that come from the community nominations that the borough might overlook because we don't see it as the same priority. So I think there's a lot of value in that process, and I think it's really important. The other thing I wanted to highlight here is just the number of assembly-generated code changes. So that's something that we continue to put out in weekly posts on a regular basis, as these are things that the assemblies decided they want to sponsor code changes for. So that's also something that is a priority and requires a fair amount of attention from staff. As far as the 2024 goals, again, I've talked about comp plan, MS4, MPO, transit. We're going to have a continued number of code updates coming your way. Obviously, we continue to update those on various topics as you all see fit. And then I do think there's some opportunities, and I think a couple of members have been involved in this conversation about streamlining the permitting process and creating a better system that allows folks that are applying for permits to be able to track the status of the progress of those permits. I think that would be a great customer service improvement and something that would be welcomed by folks as well. So that's also on the list for planning this coming year. So I will pause to see if there's any specific questions. Some of this is we've been trying to lay out some of these updates that are more detailed and spread them out as opposed to trying to do everything at one meeting. So I will pause there, and then that would bring us to Ms. Heindel if we're ready to move forward.
Deputy Mayor, can I have a motion to extend probably past 10, please?
I'd like to make a motion to extend until 10:30 PM.
Okay, any objection? Yes. Okay, hearing no objection, then we are extended. Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Through the mayor to the assembly, Cheyenne Hannah, Finance Director. Okay, I'm going to go through my slides fairly quickly so we can discuss the riveting aspect of unrealized losses. So we have asked for one new employee in this budget. This person is replacing 2.5 on-call positions. So at this time, it doesn't make sense to continue having 3 full-time on-call or 3 part-time on-calls when we can substitute in a full-time and cover less hours. Our major goals, well, our major accomplishments, and one of the questions that was asked earlier is the number of grants that we have gotten. As you can see, we have worked through with the various departments over $5 million in grants in this fiscal year. One of our other major accomplishments is when we went back and did insurance renewal for our property casualty liability insurance. We were projecting in the fiscal year 23 budget a 25 to 30% increase in premiums. We lucked out and our increase was roughly around 15% for all premiums. The rest of the accomplishments you can read. Again, we will be applying for all of the awards and making a number of changes. Our goals, of course, are to continue getting the financial awards that we've had for the budget, the financial statements, and the citizens report. We are again going into a hardened market for insurance, and we are looking to keep those premiums down. Right now, our brokers are suggesting as high as a 35% increase in our premiums on all of our coverage. So hopefully that will not transpire, and we'll see some savings there. And then, of course, our big thing is the financial software or financial package software that will replace the CAMA system we have. That system for the assessment side and the billing side went in 2006 and 2007. As you know, it's at the end of life, and we're spending a significant amount annually just to maintain old technology. What we're proposing to get and do it all at once would be new technology and would give us a good start for the next 10 to 15 years on our software. So unrealized losses. We haven't statements yet. We're still working through those. Part of that issue is not only that we are writing our financial statements ourselves, but also there's been staffing issues with the auditors and getting things done. So one of the things you guys will see in the budget in our revenue section for the actuals for fiscal year 22 is an unrealized loss of $13,700,000 approximately. That is not in real cash. That was an unrealized loss. One of the governmental accounting standards board's requirements, and it's been a requirement since 1997, is that we record our investments at fair market value. Well, with the bond markets the way they are and interest rates fluctuating and growing so quickly, 2 years ago, we were good at or 3 years ago, 2% return on our investment for the investments we held. That was a high return. Then during COVID, those rates dropped down to 0.2%. And now, as you know, interest rates are much higher. We're seeing investments come in at anywhere from 5 to 6%, depending on the length of the investment. What this does for us is because we purchased investments, we replaced investments at an interest rate that's lower than market. If we had to liquidate, and that's what this GASB is based on, if we had to liquidate those investments on June 30, 2022, we would not get the full value of our investments. We would get $13 million less. So that explains the loss. However, because it is a governmental accounting standards requirement, we have to recognize that loss in our financial statements, and that loss flows through to our fund balance. So that was something we had to deal with as we were building this budget this year. Now, will we see an actual loss? No, we won't, because we hold our investments through maturity. So we will get not only our initial investment back, but we will get the interest that we signed on to back also. And of course, now as we're investing, we are investing at the higher rates. But again, it all depends on what's going on in the market as to where we're at. So that's an explanation of unrealized losses in a nutshell.
I just wanted to make a comment. I know, so one of the things when we looked at this, and I'm not a government accounting expert, I would probably be closer to what your average taxpayer would understand. A paper loss should not lead to a tax increase. So we had to get creative in terms of how to book this, because I think it is important from a transparency and government accounting standards perspective, but it also shouldn't cause taxes to go up. So I appreciate Cheyenne and her team really working hard to figure out how do you book this, but at the same time come up with a budget that you could, you know, pass the straight face test and put in front of the assembly. So that's what we've been working to do over the past month. I just wanted to be clear, and we wanted to be forthcoming about this unrealized loss, so there's no confusion or you don't hear about it secondhand and wondering, why didn't we talk about this on the record? So that's why we wanted to make sure we brought this to your attention tonight so we could kind of talk through it. And if there are questions, now is a great time to ask them about this, because it is kind of a complicated topic. I tend to believe that rules end up getting on the books because somebody didn't do a great job of doing something at some point that caused somebody to create a rule. So my guess is some municipalities somewhere in this country probably liquidated these investments before they were reaching their point of maturity and weren't recording it properly and were actually losing money. And because of that, somebody saw fit to put a rule out there that said, because you're a government, you should disclose these things in case you choose to liquidate in advance of it maturing. So I can appreciate the intent behind it in terms of government transparency and financial accounting. But it's unfortunately, it is putting real pressure on our budget through our fund balance, which has really, as the result of that, has been a much lower capital budget this year. That's one of the outcomes. So I don't know, I hate to say it is what it is, because I think it is important that we follow the rules and the best practices here, because in the future, somebody's going to come back when we want to sell bonds at some point or whatever. If that happens, they're going to want to see that we have been doing these things. And so from a long-term perspective, I think it makes a lot of sense that the borough would honor that and make sure that we stick to it. So there's no question in the future about our willingness to be transparent in these accountings. Of course, the way you can avoid this altogether is just don't invest, but then you don't enjoy the benefits of making income on those investments. So I think that's kind of my take on it from a layman perspective. And we wanted to make sure that we were very forthcoming about that as we rolled this out tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry. Parting comments? for the meeting? Yes.
Could I ask another question of Public Works?
Oh, sure, I guess. Uh-huh. He's still here.
I think last year we asked for Public Works to hire, or the borough to hire another surveyor to go out and survey borough land to sell. Did that happen?
So through the mayor, some member two, we hired a surveyor assistant. We already had a PLS on staff and we hired a surveyor assistant. So now we have a team of surveyors, a two-man team that can accomplish those goals.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone parting comments? Assembly, Mr. Attorney, do you have parting comments? Assembly Person 2, parting comments? Minty, parting comments, sir? No? Deputy Mayor, parting comments?
Yeah, thank you. Great presentations tonight from everybody. I look forward to the manager speaking to the school district, and we'll maybe hashing things out, and we'll go from there. That's all I got. Thanks.
Okay. And Assembly Person Nowers, are you still with us?
I am. I just wanted to really apologize for not being able to be there in person. I really consider this one of the most important, among the most important meetings we have. We get a lot of time up there to talk as assembly members, and often the directors don't get much time to talk to us. And so I really appreciate hearing sort of more in depth some of the accomplishments that you've done and the challenges. And I just think the presentations underline for me all the amazing work that's being done all the time at the borough. So I really wanted to thank the directors for that. I also wanted to thank the manager and our amazing finance director for putting us on such sound financial footing that when you look at the overall picture, that we have the bandwidth to deal with emergencies if needed, and also try to make wise investments and have that flexibility. And I just can't say enough good about that in terms of managing us long term. And I think these presentations in the years I've been here have just gotten better and better each year. I forgot to mention the reason I couldn't be there is I have a bulging disc in my back, and sitting and standing for any length of time is difficult for me right now. I do hope to be there next week at this point. And then just on the, some notes I made while we were talking is just some of the work that's being done. I'm really glad to hear of work to keep improving the e-commerce site, the work that's being done to try to get some business out at the port, the many trail systems. I'm not surprised Settlers Bay is so popular. That's a gorgeous spot to go to. The challenges of keeping up with our fire departments and the work Director Barkley has brought to that. So much going on. I'm sorry to hear that healthcare costs are going up, and I know how hard Sonia and other folks have worked to try to contain those. I think it just underscores again that this is a bigger problem than the borough. Some of the underlying issues with healthcare and trying to get more transparency in the cost. So I know that's something we've worked on as an assembly. And then just the other thing I noticed is, our amount of exempted property increased from 20% or 17% of our value to 20% about. So that's a 12.5% increase in the amount of value of property that is exempted in the borough. And some of that we've made decisions on with approval of the voters to benefit our senior and disabled folks here in the valley. But just kind of knowing that's out there, if it continues to grow at that kind of rate, and what that'll mean for our budgets and kind of planning for that in the future. So I just kind of keeping an eye on that and how we manage that as a potential impact in the future years. And then I know this is just the start of the discussion, so really look forward to talking and delving into some of the details of what was presented tonight. So thank you.
Assemblyperson Hale, did you check in with us? Okay, I guess not. Mr. Manager, parting comments?
Yeah, I know I've said enough tonight, but it's the end. I would summarize it by saying this. It's really important to me, since I got here, that we instill confidence in the government services that we provide our community. And I hope that you at least got some sense for that as you listen to the presentations tonight talk about the value that people get for services. We're not just throwing a budget at you with a bunch of cost. We're talking about what we intend to accomplish, why we want to accomplish it, and how we're going about resourcing it. To me, that's what good government budgeting looks like. And I'm not saying we do it perfect, but that's what we're intending to do, is create confidence and understanding that people can look at a budget, they can look at tax rates, and they can figure out why they would pay this and what they're going to get for it. So hopefully it's not an easy thing to deliver. And certainly when they crank out a 600-page budget document, it's not going to be hard to figure out, or it's not going to be easy to figure out. But that's why we take the time to put these presentations together to highlight those things so that you as our elected officials and as representatives understand why we're doing what we're doing, not just costs are going up due to inflation. I get it. Everybody hears it. But why are we doing these things? And what are the services that we're trying to improve or sustain? And why are those things important to the community? So I appreciate your attention. I know this went for a while, but I do appreciate your level of engagement and the questions that you ask. It's obvious that you care and that you want to know more. So, I invite the dialogue. I think it's great for us to have those conversations and the directors be able to share what's their thoughts and why are we doing the things that we're doing. I think it's really important. So thank you.
Madam Clerk, do you have parting comments? No. The only thing I would say is, we have a meeting a week from tonight, but then the last week of this month, we have a couple extra meetings. So if everybody has that on their calendar, we go to Willow and then also to Wasilla. So be sure we have all of those. And Assemblyperson Bernier, you have parting comments, sir?
Thank you guys for everyone that came out today, and thank you for all the knowledge that you bestowed on us. I just wanted to thank the Lord. Please, dear God, bless us with wisdom and courage. Please bless the less fortunate, the depressed, the addicted. Please work on everyone's heart to do the right thing for our community. We pray for our residents, our loved ones, even our enemies, dear Lord. May the Holy Ghost change their hearts, that they may stand morally with you, dear Lord. May you, Lord, rain righteousness upon your people and businesses in our valley. Please lead our children to the Lord, that they may come to know you. May you fill the whole valley with your spirit, Lord. May the rest of the state be able to look at the valley and see your awesome power. In Jesus' wonderful name, amen.
There is no objection, and we will adjourn at 10:04 p.m.
You will now be disconnected.